that's a game group.
Oh, fair. We are live and we are encoding frames, so we are going to jump into the stuffy stuff.
The stuffy stuff?
The stuffy stuff. Tonight's boss enemy is the word I will try my best, Steronis, to say it as least as possible. So,
I've already failed.
Well, I have to say to tell people that we won't be saying that much. So, mind your own business, Jackal. I'm kidding.
Everyone's bullying me.
I'm just joking. Welcome to the Ilderon Tales. We
it's
are
a hostile environment.
we are making funny jokes with our friends tonight. No, I'm kidding. We are playing D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. It is a role-playing game. Everything you're going to see tonight is live storytelling. Nothing is scripted. Things are going to land in literally wherever they land. Sometimes you throw it up, and gravity dictates that it comes down someplace. This is the Nobles, session number 10 of their campaign, Saga 1, Book 3. There is a lot of stuff. If you want to learn more about all of the stuff going on, definitely Google search Ilderon Tales or go to ilderontales.com. You can see it right here, how to spell the word, and also it's in the link of this video. There is a website, there is a wiki, and you can read, on the website, you can read about past stories that have led up to this point. On the wiki, you can read about the world and the campaign setting that we are playing in, as it is a world of our own creation. Moving on from there, if you are under the age of 14, you should stop watching right now and consult your parents if this is an appropriate video for you to watch. You might hear some language that is inappropriate for you. Finally, if you are watching on YouTube, it is very, very difficult for me to read the YouTube live feed, and I actually don't have it open right now. If you want to talk, hang out with any of the people, or communicate with me while the session is going on, you can jump into the Discord. The Discord is linked in the description of this video, and there is a channel called Live Campaign that you can see right here. If you type in that, it will come up on screen. I also read it sporadically throughout the night, and probably one of the easiest ways to contact me. Again, if you're typing in YouTube, if you are typing in the YouTube live chat, you have no ability to make fun of me later for ignoring your message, because I do not read the YouTube live chat. Jump in the Discord if you want to message me. Does not count as the word and we are going to jump into the recap from there.
Absolutely does.
You shut your dirty face, Jackal.
I'm just giving you crap.
No, I got caught up on my own thought because, people message me all the time of just oh, I watched the stream and you didn't say anything. Just I didn't know you were there. At the top of every session, I say, don't read the live chat. Live chat's silly.
People watch this feed other than other players?
Occasionally, people on other Discords on stuff that I do will jump in and say, oh, I checked out your YouTube channel. I watched while you're doing this or this or this live. And it's just...
Is it in the description?
Wait, is it in the description, the Discord?
No, of the video, does it say join the Discord to join chat?
Oh, I guess I should put that in the description. I linked the Discord, but I say at the top of everything. Yeah. That's one of my new things.
They won't know.
I should have, not quarterly, but maybe, hourly reminders for myself of remind people, join the Discord or something.
We have a Discord. Hey, we have a Discord.
Yeah. Anyways, let's jump into the recap of what happened last session. Willow, take it away.
Oh yeah, Willow also wrote the recap this week.
Yeah, she did write it. In the background, she just said, no.
No, you should. Willow, we want to hear your mistakes live.
Alright, so...
we want to hear your work live.
Anderson had a breakdown, Maria had a breakdown, Stradora gave out some sass, that is all. Oh, and Gilsong showed up for a bit.
I mean, none of this is wrong.
Yeah. Jumping on and building from that. Last session took place on the 24th of Noble in the morning. The session started with Stradora meeting with the magnate, Lieutenant Marlena Bertolf, and Sergeant Weston Rendell, and potential provincial lord Kiris Niatin. They discussed the upcoming summit of the leagues. Marlena refused to back down. Ariana refused to back down. There was nothing much to be discussed. Asuandria's requirement for them was to have a meeting and talk about the league. She did not require that they come to a agreement on it. So with the business settled that neither one of them was going to back down, Marlena, Weston, and Kiris decided to leave. Shadora threw sass at them. Ariana agreed with Stradora, and then the various factions went their separate ways. Asuandria and Oro decided to get breakfast together. Stradora went and tracked down Marlena and pressured her more for her reasoning on why she was pushing for the Summit of Leagues to meet. Marlena admitted that she was being selfish, and at which point in her life is she allowed to be selfish? In so much that Marlena spent all of her time dedicated to her duties and none of her time dedicated to her family. By the time her duties were done, her family was dead. Give me one quick second. Alright, so yeah, moving from there, some of the party went to get breakfast, some of the party went out to the training hall, all splitting into various different areas. Stradora and most of the party was in the feast hall for a brief second before they decided to go to the training yard. In the feast hall, though, Stradora went and talked to Reyna and Anadelia, wanting to glean more information on why Reyna acts the way she does. Anadelia informed Stradora that Reyna stumbled onto a tiny bit of information. That information being that Reyna was a test child for Anadelia and Rachia before they decided they wanted to have children, and the child they wanted to adopt was Asuandria, but that never came to fruition. Ever since Reyna discovered that information, their relationship has been strained. Backing up, I actually skipped a point because my mind was elsewhere. That night, Anderson went to sleep with Anna, a high sage, high counselor, Sage Anna Estelle, inside of her quarters so she could observe Anderson while he slept and observe his dreams. Anderson did indeed dream. He dreamed again of the spirit that has been haunting him, named Martlin. Martlin was filling Anderson's minds with visions of the past and Martlin's own memories. Martlin communicated several things: that Anderson is not Martlin. Martlin tied himself to Anderson. Martlin is very dead, and reaching out to Anderson anymore will draw the gatekeeper's ire. Ire is another word for
Anger.
Say that again. Anger is a good word for it. It's like negative attention. It's like attention, but attention that you don't want. Aggravated attention.
Or you could call it someone's ire.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I said ire like 3 times that session, and you didn't pick it up. So I was trying to make sure I'm comprehensive.
You said a lot of things I didn't pick up.
Martlin has knowledge of what happened in Amirian and what happened to the Calgarans. Anderson can access Martlin's fractured memories, however they are fractured. The bond between Anderson and Martlin can be broken and is fading, but the Menders can also fix it. Anna can help sever the bond if Anderson wants the bond severed, and presumably Martin told Anderson to find the Menders. If Anderson wants the bond to grow, he can find the Menders. Anna made a note to contact Galena and that was where the 24th ended. So I already jumped ahead to the 25th, which was when the party went to the feast hall. Stradora talked to Reyna. Moving from there into the training yard, the party convened inside of the stables to talk amongst one another, and Anderson shared his dreams, and that he didn't remember too much of what was happening in his dreams, but Martlin was trying to reach out more, and that he is hesitant of Anna as he isn't sure if the party can trust them. From there, the party went to the training yard to watch Maria spar, as Maria was trying to impress a knight today, literally any passing knight with her skills, and get offered the chance to become a squire. From the things discussed by the party the previous night, Maria agreed to fight Stradora in a 1v1 honor duel, heading off against Stradora. Maria let her guard down once, got hit, but was able to disarm Stradora and eventually win the honor duel. A passing knight did see the spectacle and offer her a place as a squire, and Stradora promptly pointed out that that knight was paid by Ariana to practically rehearse and give that phrase regardless of her performance. Maria ran off crying because, as I discussed with Willow, Maria is not aware that she's not the main character of this storyline, and she will take 30 minutes for a storyline on herself because every NPC feels like they're the main character of their own story. With that, the party went after Maria. However, Lumilia stayed back inside of the stables because she heard a voice whispering to her to find a horse. Splitting from the party, she ran face to face into the Father of Storms, the First Ascended himself, Galesong. Cue the wrestling music. Anyways, Galesong informed Lumilia that he had been watching her ever since she prayed to him back at the Chantry of Harmony, and had determined that she is no longer a threat and wanted to help out in the things that she needed help with. After Lumilia told him more information about what she was praying about, the cult that is starting to rise up, and that is after the princess, Galesong informed Lumilia to tell the magnate. Lumilia informed Galesong they have told the magnate and she's not listening, and Galesong has said that he himself will talk to her, as she can be quite stubborn. From there, Lumilia was a little confused. Galesong put on the deific cloak and said, "Worry not, my child, all of your problems will be solved. Go and live happy and merrily." And Lumilia went skipping off to tell her friends that they met a god. Lumilia gave back all of the information to the party. The party then informed Lumilia she left out a key detail, that the cult has a stone they plan on giving Asuandria that can make her pseudo-immortal. It is one of the things that makes the cult so hard to deal with, that they keep coming back from the dead, and the party was informed that they should talk to the magnate about it. From there, Lumilia, this is a 4.5 hour session. Sorry this recap's taking so long. Lumilia, Stradora, and Claw went after Maria and found Maria crying alone in a room. After talking Maria down, they convinced Maria that she performed really well that day, and that her reservations and hesitations about having to earn her place, and if she gets a place of high power and authority, if anybody will respect her if it was given to her rather than earned, are questions for another day, and she should take advantage of the position in life that she is thrusted into, or thrust upon her. And I believe that's where we ended for the night. So we are going to pick up on the 25th of Noble. It is heading into midday. The party is in the nation of Ardor Sarai, and you are in the capital city of Ardor. You're actually in the palace of Zenith Rise. You have found Maria. You have calmed the crying Maria. You have a Stradora, Claw, and Lumilia in one set of the party, and Anderson, Alexander, Kenneth, and I believe that is it in the other half of the party. I'm assuming that Lumilia and Stradora and Claw are heading to our central rise to talk to the magnate. If I am mistaken, let me know now. Otherwise, I'm just going to say you guys arrive X amount of minutes into the conversation. I don't hear anybody correcting me, so we are starting with the other half of the party. Alexander, Anderson, and Kenneth, you all walk into the central rise. It is petitioners' time. Various members of the government are all lined up here to head up to the main table where the magnate is currently residing, as yes, she would be handling this duty because Oro is off doing other things. There is, coming in this early in the morning, they haven't let all of the common citizens and lower ranks of citizenship in yet. There are only 14 people in line in front of you, and I'm going to roll a percentage die of what is being discussed and if it's important. Doesn't seem that important. The person at the top of this, as you guys walk into this room, there's a man making his case. He is going to say to the magnate, please issue a decree. The provincial Lord Fianir Alla, her taxes, they're absorbing it. I have to slaughter at least half my herd every season to keep up with these demands. The magnate's going to hold up a hand and say, I will write to her, but how each provincial lord governs their region, they pay a portion of the taxes they receive to the throne. Those they tax that live within their lands are a choice unto themselves. The man's going to look sad, and he's going to walk away. The next person steps up.
So, just so you can get a better review, Brandon, so we just walked in the door and it's already begging for help time.
Yeah, petitioners generally come to the magnate with issues. She is the highest voice of authority in the land other than the gods.
We'll get the up to the others. It's Alexander and Anderson. Tell them, okay, so I know we rushed here, but is Gelsong really just going to show up in a crowd of people? Speak to the magnate?
Not the religious one here. Maybe? I mean, he's a god. He can kind of do whatever he wants, right?
From what I've heard, he's very...
He's very what? You cut out?
private.
Alexander speaks up and says, I guess he'd let her know somehow.
Well, while we're here, should we bring up the thing about the Oath Blade?
You know, I was saying it all week that we should do that, and the moment the session starts, I completely forgot about it. Yeah, we should probably do that.
Can we get on the petition line?
I was like, I think she knows, but maybe press her that time is. They've got someone waiting for a yes or no. Like, we're pretty confident the answer is no. We'll go deliver it. It's not like we've got anything better to do, unless someone wants to interrupt me now. Any volunteers?
the rest of the party with you?
Well, it's just me and Anthony at the
He's
type.
like, if anybody wants to stop me, I'm like,
Someone wants to stop me. Volunteers. No.
Yeah, it is Aussie who decides. He is right.
Yeah. And I'll stop you. Well, no, I thought like the answer was already no, and that we were just going to give it back. I didn't think she was taking it.
Wait,
Like, no, I don't want Aussie to marry some demon lord we don't know and fucking previous genocide land. What was it? Red Axe? Red Large? Red something?
no.
Red
Demon
Sword?
Store. Demon Store.
Demon Store?
Demon Store.
You can't hear me. Demon Store is a portion of Ardor Serai. Demon
Red
Store is a new province that was taken out of another part of a different province and given to Fianna Urala. I'm not making you guys roll for that. That's like recent political news, and it's definitely all the buzz. So what about Demon Store is like in 2005 saying, so what's the deal with airline food? Where everybody's like, oh yeah, I get it. Airline food's not good.
Oh, yeah. No, 9/11 happened.
Oh, I was just saying airports were cutting back on funding. But yeah, they were cutting back on funding because of that. All right. Alexander's vote is that you go stand in line and talk to her about the stone.
Oh, okay, no, the way I read that, I thought he said, it's like, let's just cut in front of everyone and just, like, tell her, like, no, it's like, that would be incredibly rude, and I don't think we like, despite our personal relations, I don't think we have that kind of power.
In the time you guys have been here debating back and forth with it, 3 people have shuffled out of the line of... Ariana seems pretty astute with dealing with these petitions.
Well,
It's only been 16
I do agree,
years.
we should at the very least, get in line.
Yeah, might as well. Not like we have any special connections. Right? You guys don't have any connections here, right?
I mean, besides the fact that we're all friends with her daughter, not really.
Yeah, let's get in line.
All right, you guys stand in line. You shuffle through half of the remaining line before the rest of the party comes in to the chambers, and they are going to see you. The whole party is together. There are 3 more people in front of you.
Wait to the others so they can join us.
The party's united.
Hey. So we're here waiting in line to tell the magnate about the stone so she can tell Gale Song. I doubt he's just going to show up here. Unless he's really into theatrics.
Anthony asks, is Maria with them? Maria is indeed with them.
Hey, Maria. Feeling better?
Maria will speak up and nod and say, I'm not feeling better, but my emotions on the matter are calm.
You don't have to stay in line with us, you know.
Maria will, look up at the throne, wave at Ariana. It takes a moment for Ariana to connect with the wave before she gestures her to come forward. Maria's going to inhale and say, you're right. Use my position. She goes up to the top table, talks for a moment with Ariana, before Ariana finally gestures to a seat next door. Maria sits down. And this time, one more person has shuffled out of the line. There are 2 people in front of you.
So what are we covering again? The white stone, or the stone, and...
Are you asking me as a player, or are you asking your
the
party?
party?
Okay.
Yes, unless I forgot something else.
Well, we haven't covered the Oath Blade.
Right, that too.
We'll bring that up.
All right, in a few more minutes, you guys are shuffled to the front of the line. Ariana is going to look at the party for the first time. Her expression today, which has been really, really, really rock solid neutral of actively holding this expression, is going to shift into a small smile. She's going to say, the nobles from the gathering. Come, what request do you have of me?
It's less of a request and more, we need to inform you something.
Passing along of a message.
Passing along of a message, two, actually. Brennan, are we far away from her? Like, we have to like talk loud, like to hear her, or are we like right in front of her?
So you are about 15 feet from in front of her. You do have to talk up for her to hear you. You are about 15 feet from the nearest person, not up on this raised dais. Yeah, almost. It's almost a stage, but it's a stage in the center of the room. So we'll call that whatever. We'll call it a central rise. There we go. And yeah, you do have to talk up. It's enough that you can talk up and speak to her, but you're not going to be able to address her with like hiding your words from everyone else in the chambers. People can't actively make out what you're saying, but can't like just passively like, oh yeah, I'm listening to 100% of the private conversation they're trying to have privately, but they can roll an active perception check. It wouldn't be very difficult for just like, it's kind of like echoes in a large chamber.
Okay. Right. So I guess I'll ask her if we can come closer.
I mean, I don't think this is a government secret or anything. Are we asking about the Gelsong thing?
The Gelsong thing is definitely more secret.
This is out of
Great
character.
thing.
This is not.
Yeah, the
We could probably talk about that one out loud, but the other thing I don't know about.
Like passing along the message of like, they want to reply. Let's just give them back their sword. Of a very no.
Yeah, so I'll ask her if we can get closer. So it's not.
You know what? Actually, Ramon, you roll me a D100.
Okay. All right.
Happy fucking birthday, buddy.
Yay.
Happy birthday.
Ariana is going...
that's a critical fail.
Ariana is going to smirk and say, the last time I gestured for someone to talk closer with my daughter at my side, they tried to murder her. I can assume you won't be doing the same. She chuckles.
I look stupid.
She already beat me up today, ma'am, so...
She gestures for you guys to come forward. Morbid Ardorian humor.
Yay.
Anyways, I take my sword out and I get revenge.
Who's the loser now?
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
Yes, we are that petty.
They
are that petty. I'm in this.
Alright, so I guess when we are in front of her, I will inform her, Your Grace, recently one of our companions gesturing to Lamilia, has come in contact with a certain god of storms. He said he would be coming to meet with you later, and we know he's someone who's difficult to get to, and we wanted to know if for you to be informed of this as well, so you can inform him, because Lamilia didn't know. The group, the worshippers, demon worshippers, he has to bat a stone. Lamilia didn't know what they were talking about, but the rest, I guess she forgot.
Sorry.
They have a stone for Aussie.
A stone, like a gemstone?
He described it as a gray stone, almost like a pearl.
She's going to nod and say, I'm familiar with such a thing. It's been years since I've seen one. Nevertheless, the God of Storms is in Ardor again. Well, this is a welcome surprise. I'll prepare a feast for tonight.
Yay.
Who knows when he'll show up, but we wanted you to be aware, since I doubt it would probably be a wild goose chase trying to find him.
I've learned that man cannot be contained or tied down. And trust me,
Like the
I've
wind.
tried.
If you don't mind, Your Grace, there is another matter. This one probably less private. Yesterday, during our excursion, we ran into a messenger from Demon Store. They're requesting an answer on the Oath Blade. We pretty much assume it's going to be no, so we just want to give that back to them with the hard no, so they can go back and not camp out in the Ardor.
Ariana is going to nod and say, oh, thank you for taking an interest in the romantic affairs of my daughter, but she's not ready to make such a decision yet. I'm sure the servant can camp out for a few more weeks.
Weren't they being denied access to the city?
Yeah, they were.
To not to be rude, Your Grace, but what would change in a few weeks?
That sounds like a pretty definitive no.
Rob, there's something we call the Bertolf problem-solving strategy, which is you bury it and you hope it just decays by that time.
Yeah, well, that's why it's before the Shovel Drake calendar.
I was like, that sounds like it's no. So why
It's
don't
here to dig up these things. I'm gonna need that dagger that Alexander gave.
She's going to speak up and say, in a few more weeks' time, hopefully I have had time to counsel her properly on the traditions of such a matter. That she can approach it with full brevity. Or, not with brevity, with full clarity and comprehension. But as such, Ariana is going to look down, and Maria is going to say, And Maria's going to speak up and say, Princess, there's a conversation that parents have with children. She hasn't had it yet.
Yeah,
and-
let's not have that here. This can wait another week.
Ariana's going to
Fedora's
say,
gonna
that's
go,
enough
like,
of
kinda, like,
this."
Stare, like, not like at anybody, just kind of like into the distance, mouth open, like, oh god.
I wonder if this.
In fact, I'm not even gonna whisper. It's like, oh, by Eldora's grace.
Actually, question. A reminder: how old is she again?
16.
How old
She's
is...
She turned 16 3 days ago.
Okay. So this
She's
is not
like-
overdue, but it's about time.
I see. She is a very sheltered child.
Yeah, it's almost an appropriate time. At that, though, there was one more thing I wanted to say, and it slipped my mind. I think that's fair.
I'm still a little shell shocked that she's had nothing concerning the
Oh!
birds and the.
And somebody asked why she was exiled. That has never ever worked, Brandon. That makes a lot of sense. Somebody asked why she was exiled from the city. What's her face? Ariana is going to speak up and say, and also for the servant's exile from the city, she didn't tell you it was for her own protection. I had 3 royal guards protecting her while she was here, and she was attacked, and 2 of them were killed. It's not worth the manpower protecting her when she's just a servant.
She was very distressed about returning home with no answer.
I mean, sounds like her problem.
Claw's gonna give
The
a
people
glare.
of Demon's Door aren't well liked in the rest of the kingdom right now. Those who openly embrace their new provincial lord are shunned by some of those of our nation that are stuck to older traditions.
Isn't that all the more reason to encourage Osuandria to say no and have this over with?
Respectfully, I would presume, as
Roll me a persuasion check, Willow.
I can't help you. I'm still.
You make a lot of sense.
Oh, that's
Yeah, reroll
Sorry,
it.
it's
Reroll it
small.
as a persuasion. You make a lot of sense, but it's
Ooh,
it's not Ariana's job to consider the life of a single commoner. Her job is the macro.
yeah.
She's going to say, is that servant out there really so distressed living in the inns and outskirts of Old Arter? It's still
I
quite
had to
nice.
rescue her from being yelled at, so
She is harassed by the wonderful delegation from Red Act.
thank you.
Ariana will say, I will deliver the Oathblade officially to Osuandria. And counsel her, and if she comes to a decision, it will be returned, and if she doesn't, then... And she's still a child. It's not her place to be rushed to make these types of decisions and thoughts and evaluations this early in her life.
fair.
Remembers how much she wants Rena.
and
Oh. As long as we can at least get her make a decision. Honestly, I think she sort of has her mind on someone. Don't know if that's going to work out for her. Could just be a crush, but as long as we can get something out of her, so we can at least try to get this whole thing resolved.
I mean, I feel bad for the servant. And also, I just don't want her to... Maybe my own bias. I really don't want anything to do with that.
Well, I think that's all.
You can't hear
that
me.
we have.
I'm sorry. I was speaking, but I didn't have push to talk on. As you guys are speaking, a messenger dressed in the drab of the royal army opens the large doors into the central rise and strides towards Ariana's table. And this is happening while this conversation is going. He puts a small scroll on the table, at which point, once you guys get to a pause in the conversation, Ariana is going to pull it and is going to pull up the scroll, skim it, reading it, then look up at you all and say, "Huh, what surprising timing. Perhaps you can take a night down to that servant and see what happened." The delegates from Red Axe, the diplomats, they've gone missing.
Oh, darn.
That's quite a shame.
I
Well, I wonder where they went.
We can investigate, Your Grace. If that's what you're asking.
Ariana is going to look at Maria and say, "Maria, why don't you go with them? And I'll have Jalkin of the Knights lead the investigation with you. He was just telling me last night how he was looking for a squire. Perhaps this is an opportunity?" Maria rolls a free deception or insight check, and she's going to beat Ariana's deception check. And we get a morality die. How do you feel about your new mom lying to you? Maria is going to smile, and now she has to roll a deception check. And smile and says, "Yes, that will be a wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Your Majesty."
Resist urge to enforce truth.
No.
Good princesses don't lie, Lumilia.
No.
Well.
Nobody told Maria that good princesses don't lie.
and here's the thing. Technically speaking, good princesses don't lie. Good queens apparently do.
Good point.
For the greater good. Bringing it back.
I'll be grumpy about it.
Ariana is going to pull out a red quill and write on this scroll before she hands it back to the messenger and says, "Find Jalkin and take him and these. It's about time you lot got a name."
I respectively like to call us an order.
An order of Arcturian citizens.
Chaotic gay.
That's a joke. Please don't actually make that our name.
We're chaotic gay. I'm not gay.
Yeah, she'll say emissaries of the throne to the place where they were last seen.
I like it.
Yeah, nothing's ever gone wrong with Ariana authorizing a forgotten song wielding a little Nichian with the half lethal force.
With Alexander and...
Do you think we can fit a second ghost storm next to the current one?
Or what happens if both of the storms merge together?
Ooh.
Fedora, smash.
I hope she remembers I'm not a sorcerer anymore.
I'm not even from this country.
That's fine.
Good point.
That is true. You're actually a diplomat yourself.
Like I'm not even like a refugee. I'm just not from here. I don't even go here.
You're a temporary member. It's fine. You're a guest. You're a guest member. The emissary.
I have
Wait,
Artorian.
who's the leader?
Obviously me.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fair.
argue, I don't argue Alexander.
Maria is the squire to a knight, so let me pull
Obviously,
out my...
Maria's our leader.
Oh man, she's like an actual princess. That
Yeah,
definitely pulls rank on me.
The actual princess of the country we're in, therefore leader.
Also, I wasn't even going off the fact I'm a princess. I'm the only one of any sort of military rank.
And
Otherwise, Ariana is going to raise her hand and say, if that will be all.
I will
Moves for
bow.
you guys
Should
straight
I-
out of line.
Should I mention the talking with Marlena thing?
It's up to you. You're the player.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna bring it up. Gotta
You're
continue
walking away.
Your Grace, there was one last thing. I spoke to Lieutenant Bertolf after the meeting. Mostly wanted to apologize for any potential transgression on that part, acting outside of your authority.
She's going to shake her head and say, regardless, Marlena has the support she needs in order to call the summit. It doesn't matter what words you say or what I say. That woman's going to do what that woman wants to do. She always has and always will.
Just wanted to better understand her.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Anyways, that's about it. All I gathered from our conversation is that she seems to think she's well-intentioned, but I think she's a tad misguided.
In my years of managing this country, one thing has been an ever constant. Those who are the thorns, the most consistent thorns in my side, are the ones that think themselves the heroes of their story. Learn from the path of the four. None of the four did what they did out of well-intention. They did what they did out of duty. They did what they did out of necessity.
Well, I guess that's kind of the thing. They think that, she thinks she has to do this for you or Alfandria's sake. But, I don't know. Anything I have to say on it is speculation and probably wouldn't move anybody's emotions too much.
For us, Andrea's sake. When's the last time she even spoke to her granddaughter? She wasn't even there for her birthday party.
You guys seem to have a really tense relationship. Probably because she's not your actual mom.
Maria's going to look over, and I'm pretty sure this is new information to Maria, and say, wait, she's not your real mom? Ariana is going to say, we can discuss this more later if you continue to reside in the castle until your Sunyeth order gets back Stradora. But for now, this is all I want to speak on this matter.
I'm gonna go handle the thing with the Red Axe people. I touched a nerve again. Boys, Lamilia, we have things to go do.
We were waiting on
Maria, do
you.
you want to come?
I'm sorry. I never described it because I didn't want to interrupt the roleplay. Maria has stepped down from the table when she was told she should go with you. She has rejoined the party walking with them.
And Alexander says, "Thank you for your time, Your Highness."
She nods. And as you guys shuffle out of line, the next group is going to walk up the rise. Where do you guys head?
Find
Well,
Jalkin?
Yeah,
I
the
guess-
messenger is leading us to Jalkin.
Probably to get a
And
scroll of
punch him in
sending
his
so I can tell my
perfect thing.
mother that I love her before I inevitably get murdered.
Why don't you
Speaking
get
out
a
of turn.
Why don't you get a sending stone?
Or have someone send a message.
That, you know what? I'm not even gonna answer that question. It's not worth the energy to inform you that that's not how magic items work, and get on with my life.
What do you mean that's not how magic works? Sending stones are an actual thing. No, out of character. Sending stones are an actual
Yes, but that's not how they work.
Yeah, the other person has to be holding the other one. It's like
No, they don't. No, it
Yes,
has
it
a
is.
charge. It has a charge of sending.
No,
Just
it's
spell.
like tin
for
cans
what's
with a
it.
string in the middle.
Yes, you are correct, Chapel. It does have a charge of sending. It casts sending to whoever is holding the other stone if it's on their person.
It's
In that
basically
case, in a different campaign, we have been using those all wrong.
Hey, that's fair.
So-
Other dungeon masters can roll it however they want to. So let's see. So
That's
finding
why I suggested the sending stone.
finding Jalkin. I'm not going to make you guys roll for that. The servant leads you all to him. And if I was a smart dungeon master, I would have made a picture for him, and he'll have one next session because he's, I guess, a major character now. Hey, finding Jalkin, the party. It's not going to be difficult. The messenger hands him the letter. He reads it, reading the magnate's notes, and he's going to say, "All right, I guess I'll show you kids how a knight conducts a proper investigation. First things first, we don't know what we're working with here. We want to recruit a couple guards out of the Royal Army to come with us. Extra manpower always helps in these things." He'll take the form and write underneath the magnate seal and says, "Give this to the captain at the barracks. Tell him we'll need 3 men he can spare for today. And I suppose the rest of you can pick up the rest of the arm work." And young Miss Bertolf, Asuin, Maria speaks up. And he's going to say, "Will you be accepting my offer?" She's going to nod and say, "Yes, sir, for now." And he's going to shake his head and say, "Squireship teaches you the principles that our nobility governs off of. You are ascending to the ranks, the highest caste of the Ardorian citizenship. With it, it's not something that you get to try out for a season. It teaches loyalty, oaths, honor. If you agree, I won't go easy on you." Maria is pushed into a decision. She's going to say, "I would like to help out, but I don't think I want to be your squire." He's going to look a little deflated and hold on and say, "Very well. Well, let's go get some horses, kids." He leads you guys to the stables if you all follow. At the stables, you guys reconvene with the guard captain that was in the training yard with his men earlier. 3 guards are going to join you. You are able to get 4 horses between all 10 of you. The only ones who really need the horses are the important looking people.
Mhm.
Jalkin obviously grabs a horse. He brings the reins of one to Maria, who wants the other 2 horses.
I'll take.
Oh,
Not one.
Alexander said to Maria, I would like to apologize if my offer came off as me doing it as pity or a friendship. I honestly thought you would be a good companion. I wouldn't get a quiet moment. Okay, as the party is deciding where this other horse is going to be at, Maria is going to shake her head and say, "No, I come from the roughs. I don't really understand how politics and things work out here in the capital. I may have overreacted." That said, who wants the other 2 horses? I heard you say something, Willow.
Can I try riding a horse?
Boom! The rankless Shia daughter is on a horse.
I said I was getting a horse too.
Okay, and Kenneth, the Soulsrai, is on a horse. Everybody else can walk
Peasants.
or fight.
I'll stay beside.
Claw.
Yeah.
Claw, ride with me. I don't know horses.
Like, I want to ride. I don't know how to ride a horse.
Oh boy, I'll stay beside Lumilia's horse to make sure that it stays calm, and correct her as needed.
Oh, that means I guess I get a horse. Cause
No, Kenneth has a horse. Jalkin has a horse. Maria has a horse. Lumilia has a horse. And that's all 4.
yeah, you can ride 2 to a horse.
Oh yeah, you can put 2 people on a horse. You look less
That's what I
important.
meant by getting a horse.
I'm not stopping you.
Oh right.
Who wants Stradora as a passenger?
I like Stradora.
You're already riding with Claw, though.
No, Claw's walking
Claw's
next
walking.
to it, keeping it calm.
Oh.
Which is good because, I just rolled a percentage check of how unruly the horse Lumilia has is, and it's pretty unruly.
Can I intimidate the horse to behave?
Actually, I heard Willow say something. Go ahead and roll me an animal handling check. I'll say you can roll it with advantage because Claw is helping you. This is one of those moments where I wasn't going to make you roll for it because it's something I feel like Claw is capable of doing, but otherwise, yeah, with Claw's assistance, you are able to bring this rowdy horse in line because these are trained riding horses. That said, I feel like some horses can still sense an inexperienced rider.
Thanks, Lou.
So you've brought a horse under control, and now you've acquired 1 Stradora passenger. Do. I hope you're
I'm fine
comfortable
with
with hugs, because basically what riding back is going to be.
I'm sure she'll love it, especially since it's a Dodora.
I like hugs.
Well,
All right, your entourage heads out of the castle through the city. Ooh, there's one more check I got because you guys are leaving through the courtyard. As you are leaving, there is a knight and a girl at the Earth Gate waiting for you.
Is it Alessandria?
Yes.
Leaping off this horse.
Yeah, she's going to
Princess.
It's like,
look
babe!
up at Maria specifically leaving and say, "You get to leave the castle?" She's going to nod and say, "Yes, your mom thought I should get some experience with the knights hands-on." She's going to say, "That's so unfair! You were a part of the same groups that ran away from the knights as I did." And Maria's going to say, "Yes, but you orchestrated the runaway. All I did was protect you." Andrea is going to go, "Ah!"
You'll get your time soon, Aussie.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jackal.
Oh no, I'm just fighting. This is very funny.
Yeah, at which point the knight, she's going to tug on Andrea's sleeve and say, "Princess, we should get back to your quarters." And she grumbles and says, "I don't even have a spellbook. All I have to do is sit there and read." "Fine, have fun in your adventures with my friends."
I'm so sad.
At which point,
I
Maria
should stay and
is
provide
going
hugs.
to smile and turn her horse, leading it out of the Earth Gate.
Hug Maria.
I want to say something.
Maria's not my princess.
Don't worry, we'll tell you all about it later.
All right,
That's gonna be good.
No, that's
all I
better.
could picture was like Maria getting real smug, and then like everybody like whipped the horses and just starts running, and then all I could think was just in the distance, "Love you, bye," and then be like, "Oh no, that'd be awkward."
Especially because I don't run as fast as a horse. The only one who possibly could is.
If we're not gonna gallop the horses, what's the fucking point, Claw?
To look important. This Jalkin is teaching you about knighthood. How dare you? How dare you?
It's
You come
it's
from a
about
backwards
pomp and
country
circumstance.
with no nobility. Stradora
Also,
is... I'm kidding, Rob.
I also want to bring up that this is the one that's also helping control a horse is also from one of the few knights that doesn't act knightly at all.
I mean, who cares about Ardorian politics? Kyrus Knighton's only accomplishment was being born.
Ooh.
It's not untrue. It's not untrue.
I agree with you, but Stradora just knows how. Stradora knows how to whip him out.
All right,
Oh, God.
so you guys lead the horses through the streets of Ardor, and I've got to roll you a check. What? And I didn't say this originally, but I do want it stated for everybody's imagination and like vision of what's going on here. These horses are not war horses. These are riding horses. They are draped in tabards and banners denoting the throne with long cloths of fabric over their heads and their torsos. They're very colorful, and just, you guys are literally a procession going through these streets. As you're going through these streets, there are some people that are turning and looking and throwing unsavory glances towards the party, as people don't seem to be entirely happy with you. Jalkin is going to speak up and say, this comes with the territory. It's like the sea. The people's opinions of us, it rises and falls with the current politics in Ardor. When the magnate provides them abundance, they love us. When times are hard, we get looks of scorn. But through it all, we honor our oaths and we protect those who we're charged with.
We haven't even done any. I'm going to just trail off. Actually, never mind.
Jelkin is going to say, no, the commoners, they're too dumb to know of of the things we strive for them on our own. Or rather, of it as individuals. They only see us as extensions in the magnate's pawns. Her will, her choices, those are the looks we see reflected back on us. Those are the looks that we see in their reflections. Maria's going to speak up and say, should we really call the commoners dumb? Jalkin is going to shrug and say, they're uneducated, ill-informed, but that's not their fault.
There's a fair amount of nobles who are of similar nature.
He's going to laugh and say, I have met those individuals. You are correct, Lord Anderson. Or Lord Rayleigh. In any case, you guys are...
We've been through a lot recently.
You guys are able to travel to outside the city proper of Alexander, as you guys are traveling, says a person can be uneducated and still be smart. Oh. He's going to roll a history check. He's going to nod and say, yes, but these aren't the days of old. The days of old, you could be uneducated, you could be smart, and you can find your way into the house of a sorcerer. A noble. These days you have to be clever. You have to be twice as wise, twice as cunning. These days it's less about how good you are with your sword and more of how good you are with this. He taps his head. He looks back at Maria and says, you should be taking notes.
On what?
Her mind.
He's like, I'm just laying out all this knowledge on you, Stadora. You've laid down nothing but propaganda.
No, I meant like we're fucking driving horses through the damn town. Do I need to get my backpack out, and a notepad, and write? Like, hands are full, dude.
Will there be a quiz on this later?
Actually, that's why you get a squire, so they can take notes while you do stuff. I'm kidding. Oh, hit on what? Gimple!
Gimple.
Otherwise, you guys get to the outskirts of Old Ardor. Jaukin is going to get off of his horse, and he's going to look towards the party. He says, I'll look around the campsite, determine if there was a struggle, what happened to them to cause them to pick up and leave so quickly. You go into the inns around here. They definitely were a presence in this area. There was about at least a dozen of them. That said, the magnate wrote about an emissary from Demon Store that had some interactions with these delegates. You question her. We'll meet back up in an hour. He's going to say, guards, with me. Maria, with me. She's going to trot her horse that way.
Amelia's gonna give Maria a thumbs up as she leaves.
Anderson's gonna give 2 thumbs up. Big goofy smile.
Alexander says, good luck, Maria. Alright, the party was left to their own devices in old... well, you're in the outskirts of the city proper. What do you want to do? You are outside the city gates.
Hold up.
Alexander, once he's out of earshot, typing.
That guy's a dick.
That's a dick.
Yep.
I mean, I thought he was alright.
You know, for a bunch of Ardorian nobles, you must not hang out with enough Ardorian nobles.
Claw's gonna look towards Strador and state, you also realize that I live in a forest, right?
And I'm not a noble.
I am. That guy's a dick.
My bad.
Thank you for putting it in perspective, Kenneth.
I mean, like, in terms of as nobles go, like, me and my dad, we're very fresh nobles. We're not very high on the list.
Yeah, both Alexander and my dad are knights, and as far as I remember, they don't like showing off.
I'm just not gonna reply, because the thing I want to reply to, yeah, and where is your dad?
What, my dad or who?
No, Alexander's. But that's mean.
Alright, people. Need to investigate the inn and investigate Old Ardor.
He helps people.
Alright, looking at the inn nearest to the gates, near the guard tower that's out here, there is a building. It is a 3-floor building called the Lonely Lock. Walking up to it, you hear... How filled is this thing? You hear that this place is... Well, you do hear some reveling going on inside. Doesn't seem like there are a huge amount of people here. Just pressing your ear to the door. You guys go inside?
Does it seem rowdy? Is it a rowdy bunch? Do I need to heal up, put my hands up?
Are we hurt? I thought we were all...
I got my ass kicked!
Oh, I completely forgot about last session on what happened.
Do you still look injured?
Yeah, I think I'm still bloody. I never healed myself after that.
Claw's gonna put a hand on your shoulder and cast Cure Wounds at first level.
I'm not gonna start any bar fights.
I might.
Here you go, Dradora. I accidentally rolled that privately for some reason.
I see it.
You get
4
4
HP.
HP. I rolled minimum on that healing. I am sorry.
Thanks.
I might start a bar fight.
Alexander says, Anderson, no bar fights, and same for you, Stradora.
Yeah,
I have a question. If you're at exactly half your HP, is that still bloodied?
Yes.
Then I'm still bloodied.
I'll cast Healing Word.
It's fine. I'm good. I have lots of resources. I don't spend them because the goal of the Sunya is to get everybody else out. Mom's bad at that part.
I'm gonna tie my horse.
Yeah.
I guess they have an outside place to tie the horse.
That said, you can't stop other players from doing things. Lumilia,
I cast Healing Word.
roll me 1d4 and add your wisdom to it.
I wouldn't have had a short rest by now.
Yeah, you guys weren't able to rest while you were traveling. You were traveling.
I'm no longer bloody.
Alright, so, do you guys go inside this tavern?
Yep, going inside.
I
I'll
lied!
be on my way.
It's almost entirely filled as you guys get inside here.
Time to start fight.
Looking around, most of the crowd seems pretty settled in their own groups. They're not talking much as there are several entertainers dancing here. But the first thing you're going to notice about this place, and let's see, I'm going to start from the lowest perception and move up. So I'm starting at 12 perception, and I'm so terrifying. I love you. I'm going to start at the lowest perception and move up. The first thing you are going to notice about this place is that the crowd is mostly settled. There's lots of people, or rather there's several entertainers dancing, and the entertainment is what you guys heard through the door, as it seems to be some sort of rehearsed show. Moving up from the 12 perception, those with 14 and above, you're going to notice there is a circle in this tavern, and more of like a warding circle as far as people are seated in it, but there's a whole region of this tavern that is not seated. There's a whole region of this tavern that is not occupied. From your vantage point, you can't see the people who are sitting there. Moving up from those with 14 to those with I don't have Lumilia's perception, so I'm just going to go to the next highest, which is 20 for Claw. Claw, you're going to notice two things. You're going to notice there is somebody sitting in a corner underneath the stairs leading to the second floor. They are the person that is presumably creating this warding circle of people not sitting near them. The second thing you are going to notice, there does seem to be the loudest group of people who is talking over this performance. There is a woman who is balancing a dagger on her finger. She is talking to a group of people, and I'm going to roll a howl. She is not being subtle. You can interrupt me at any time at what you want to do. Anderson picks up on this, by the way, too. But as you guys step in, you hear her say, don't get me wrong, I'd kill her for just a dozen rubies. maybe less than that. But gold's gold in my line of business. The Ruby Shadow wanted her taken out. And she flicks the dagger, tossing it in air, catching the handle. And she'll not drag it, but she'll gesture to her neck and say, And she wouldn't last with me in a fighting pit for more than maybe 10 seconds.
I'll point this out to... I'll point these things out to some of the members of the party quietly, kind of giving a few of them a bit of a quick nudge and pointing out the one that's hiding underneath the stairs, and then making glares at the person who's gloating, basically.
I can try to intimidate her with without giving us away immediately, anyway.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Well, no, I can try to connect with her mentally, though she'd probably resist me.
That probably would be a good idea to just go to a random person and
Pretend to be her conscience.
Yep.
Well, that's... It still comes in as my voice. It's very distinctly not her.
I could cast blindness deafness on her, and then you could do a mind link.
Oh, then
You can talk to her, like, politely.
That kind of defeats the purpose of being subtle. I don't think she's
She's gloating right now. Great time for you to get a lot of information of what she's seen, if you can understand what's written between the lines.
Okay.
So who wants to go?
Like I had to analyze that sentence, Claw?
Okay, so I'm gonna go talk to this lady.
Alexander said,
Kenneth, you talk, criminal.
He can't hear me. Which one are you talking to? The one in the middle of the group of people, or the one under the stairwell? Ramon?
The lady in front of the group of people who's talking about killing someone.
Okay, cool. As you approach her table, you are going to notice very clearly that she has a ruby pendant hanging around her neck. Looking at you, she'll look up and...
Ramon, did you want to fly solo, or...?
I mean, none of you wanted to follow me.
I mean,
we can all be close by.
I mostly wanted to provide, just, like, in case it went south, you immediately had backup.
Okay.
I can connect mentally with you, and, if things go bad, you can just give the psionic help.
Bar fight.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed. I pulled Willow away. She stepped downstairs to do something real quick. But it still was Kenneth flying solo, or did he pull somebody with him?
Alexander, going with me.
All right, Alexander, ever the font of wisdom. Go ahead. E.
Try and go towards the one that's scrying by himself, quietly, trying to not make any scene.
Okay, you can just roll me a stealth check. You're not, and this isn't going to mean you're unseen, but it's going to just mean you're not really drawing attention to yourself.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll me that stealth check, and then for Anderson, or not Anderson, we'll handle Kenneth, and then we'll handle Claw. So Kenneth and Alexander, you head to the woman in the middle of the group. As she is talking, she'll look up at Kenneth and gesture for him to step aside and say, "You're blocking the dancers. Come on."
Oh, apologize. I was just hearing about your story. Interested in it. I'll try to step out of the way of the dancers so she can watch them dance.
She's going to let's say the story here. Damn demonkin are trying to come in and take over Ardor. I'm just saying, I'm an assassin, but I got my noble sensibilities about me.
You mean the, what was it, people from Red Axe? Or, I think I saw someone from Demon's Door out here one time.
She's going to nod and say, the woman sitting over there in the corner, the one with snakes in her hair. Yeah, you can think, you can try and think nobody sees you, but we all know you're still here. She calls over the crowd.
Wow, she is still here.
Oh, okay, so they didn't attack her, they're just making threats.
Yes. Do you say that out loud? Or no, you're not with this group.
No, sorry, I'm not here.
That's fine. That's fine.
Thinking out loud.
That's alright, sorry about that. I thought the way you were talking, it sounded like you already got rid of her.
And she says, no, I'm not a murderer. I mean, if I have a contract.
Oh, I gotcha.
In my line of work, you'd never see me coming.
I gotcha. Right price. Have you heard anything about those people from Red Axe? I heard they were around this area, and I don't know.
She's going to shake her head and say, no, I just blew into town this morning. Red Axe, though.
Cool.
I heard things are still wild over there.
Gonna run an insight check on the whole, the blew into town.
Go for it.
Okay.
Ooh.
Alright. Just reading one of my class features. Okay.
Yeah, you get the sense that there's probably an air of that is true, that she could be here for leisure or in between jobs. Likely, if an assassin's here for any real reason, she probably doesn't want people knowing what she does or why she's here.
Okay.
She could also just be bad at her job.
An assassin hired by the Ruby Shadow, bad at her job? Never.
Never.
She could also just be some random hooligan who's like talking out of her ass.
Right. No, that's I can't to investigate. Like, so I'll tell her, alright, I am so sorry to bother you. Just thought I heard that finally got rid of him, but oh well.
Yeah, and she'll grab the dagger that she's still balancing and point it at you and say, yeah, don't let it happen again. I get to step in, kid.
See you later.
She goes back to gouting the crowd of people around her. Claw, are you there, E?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Sulking over to Dane's table underneath the stairwell. She is going to raise her, or rather pull her hood up more over her face and say, look, I'm not bothering anyone. I can't sit down inside and not be harassed. I can't go outside and be harassed. What do you want?
To give you company. And to try and return some information that I heard delivering your message.
She's going to lower her... Oh, I will catch you up, Willow. So, you have stepped inside of this tavern. There were two people of prominent interest. One was saying she would kill the woman in the corner if she had a job to do it, and that she'd stand no chance. The Kenneth and Alexander approached her and found out that she was talking about the demon emissary, or rather the emissary from Demon's Door, a Aiden, is what I'm going to call her, just for ease of tongue. Aiden has snakes coming out of her hair as she is inflicted with corruption or influence from Ira for, I think she told you guys, her parents were some of Ira first supporters.
Say like she is under a covenant or something. I forget.
Yeah. That said, it is very impossible to ignore the demonic influence looking at her. She is sitting in the corner under the stairwell and and there's kind of a bubble of personal space around her. No matter how many people are here, that people aren't sitting within 3 tables of her. She has a hood up over her head, and Claw has skulked off from the party to talk to her. Talking to her, she told Claw that she gets harassed outside, she gets harassed inside, there's no place that's safe, what do you want? And Claw said, I came with a message. To which she's going to respond and say, oh, you're with that group you're with those nobles who went into the city yesterday. Excuse my undignified response. It's been a night and a morning.
I can imagine and completely understand the pain. May I sit down with you?
She's going to nod and gesture to a seat.
I'll go ahead and take a seat, the one that she gestures to, and states. So,
I mean, I was just going to say real quick, I'm going to take a seat 3 tables away, just kind of watching for people who might try to interfere with the call.
And yeah, I'll say it's going to be. I'm watching the time. It's going to be 2 minutes before the rest of before I go back to the rest of the party to see what they're doing. But go ahead, E.
Well, first off, the magnate is currently wanting to discuss with with her daughter about the Oathblade and her personal views on it, as it is a difficult matter concerning, it is an Oathblade.
She's going to nod and say, I do understand there are traditions that govern the roles of sorcery, which is why I'm here. I didn't mean to rush the process. It has, however, been a few weeks.
Understandably, and I understand that this place isn't quite friendly towards individuals like you or I. So, my friends and I did kind of wanted her to at least try and show a bit more urgency for your safety in this area and comfort.
She's going to nod and say, the magnate made Fianira Alla a provincial lord. We're all Ardorians, just like everybody else. But you're right, I can't help but feel as an outsider here. That said, the rest of the group, what are you guys doing?
Oh no. Starting a bar fight?
Helping with the bar fight.
You can't.
I've already stated what I'm doing.
Yes, I do know what Anderson is doing.
I mean, I don't know. Is there anywhere to actually sit? I feel like the only place to sit is near the snake lady.
I mean, you can sit with me. I'm 3 tables away.
Yeah, but that would be rude to the snake lady. And I'm just gonna tell you right now, I like her more.
Rude.
I mean, I like her too, and also, ouch.
I'm gonna go sit with the snake lady. Amelia, do you want to go sit with the snake lady? Hashtag Skill Pride.
Skill Pride, let's go.
Alright, give me a direction for Kenneth and Alexander, and then I'll keep moving forward.
Okay. Guess when we're leaving the lady, you're gonna go to try to find Fedora and Lamilia.
Okay, so the party is going to be together. Claw, as you are talking, several shadows loom over you before Shadora, Lamilia sit at the table. Anderson in the background, Kenneth and Alexander come walking up. Aiden is going to look up and say, "Oh, well, please, yeah, take a seat. Your companion, messenger, I don't believe I got your name." She gestures to Claw. Was just informing me of the magnate's decision.
Do you mind if I try to mentally contact her?
I don't think she would be comfortable with that out of character.
Well, I guess I'm doing this to you first because it's like I'm listening in, but I am concerned about some of the people in this bar. So I guess I'm going to be the lookout, and I'll like contact you if something seems to be coming up.
Yeah. My name is Claw Estrai, by the way. Sorry that I did not give you my name earlier.
She is going to nod and say, "Any relation to the Esterais of Milmar Village?"
Claw is going to nod. My father is Mero, and mother is Kiro.
I rolled nothing there. But yeah, at that, she is going to nod and say, "Lord Estrai, then. It's an honor to meet you. Officially."
Thank you. And as I stated, I understand your deal quite well in terms of not being quite welcomed when people see what you are.
As everybody's like sitting at the table, she's going to look around and say, "Well, didn't take the lot of you coming all the way outside of the city. You could have just hired a messenger, as I'm sure I'll be here for some time."
Yeah, the magnate's gonna have one of those mother-to-daughter personal talks about this Oathblade business, which, if I've learned anything in the last day or so, means that we'll probably get a 5th Ascendant before we get you that Oathblade.
It will be me leading the Chantry of Yumminess.
She's going to nod, still taking this in, and say, "Okay, well, again, thank you for the information, but why did you all come all the way out here? Where are all of you sitting with me?"
Well,
Well, you seem nice.
Alexander's going to speak up and say, "We were also sent out because the Red Axe guys vanished."
Also that.
Which point, she is going to say, "Well, probably rightly so. Might have caught the brunt end of a god's righteous. Might have caught the brunt end of a god's righteous justice."
Wait a minute. Did you see what happened?
She's going to shake her head and say, "No, I was camping in their camp for safety for my stay here. Last night, though, they all decided to disband it and go their separate ways. Each of them were murmuring about stuff. That's why I have to stay in this inn now. With all of these godforsaken looks."
Did you catch anything about what they said? Seems weird for them to just disband like that.
Considering how they were.
She's going to nod and say, "Oh, yeah, they were scared. There's a god in the city. One that doesn't gel too well, or doesn't mesh too well with them."
They heard about Gale Song.
How?
No. They were whispering about the Meandeth. The Forest Ended always live in Ardor.
There's a Meandeth here?
She's going to shrug and say, "I don't know. Whoever it was had them afraid."
Did you get to the name?
She rolls a history check. She's going to shake her head and say, "I don't really know much about foreign religions. I'm sorry."
Religion check for our religious people?
Go for it. Anybody can roll a religion or history check on the Meandeth.
I mean, the Meandeth, there's like a dozen of them. Dimdeath apparently fucked like Zeus.
Lumilia, is it before I start going through and dishing out information? Is anybody else rolling the religion or history check?
I am a
we can
Sunyan
use
Lordier. A religion check is definitely a thing I want to fail. I'm not proficient in religion. That's hilarious.
Ooh, I rolled pretty well.
Okay, I can roll for you.
That delivered exactly what I expected.
Other religions other than the Wills of Ililia and the Forgotten Song, please.
Yeah, the four ascended. More like I just don't care.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about them coming here, so...
Claw, you're going to be my mouthpiece, as I'm just going to relay what I know to you, mentally.
Okay. Doesn't mean your mouthpiece is gonna open.
Give me 1 second. So, Anthony, I've got your character sheet open now. If you want me to do any rolls for you, I can for the future. I'm going to roll a religion check for you. Well, you're trained in history. I'm actually going to do it as history. Alright, so, everybody who beat 10, Alexander, Kenneth, Anderson, and Lumilia. You know the Menders, or rather the Meandeth, are often called the Menders. It is they are a strange fringe religion. They are to the gods and gods and deities of Ilderon as rock stars are to classical musicians. It's kind of for hipsters. That said, everybody who beat 15, specifically Lumilia, you're going to have a little bit more insight on the Meandeth because
I rolled this last session and determined I knew nothing about them.
Well, yeah, but your sister told you a little bit about them, so you have a little bit more insight, and that they are not worshipped in any organized way. However, there are a specific few of them that walk the world, specifically trying to undo the things that Shatters are doing. Everybody who beat 20, you are going to know there are 3 Meandeth that take up the title. One by the name of Oka, who created the dwarves and traded her sight to the gatekeeper. She also created a synthetic earthfire. There is another one named Eshius, who is a trickster who walks around the world granting power to those who don't want it and tricking others who do want it out of it. And there's another one named Yamayan, who is a undead spirit who provides counsel to the Terai of the world inside of the Darkened Vale. That said, you guys are able to glean the information about the Meandeth, who are also the Menders, who I wonder where we've heard that term before in this campaign.
Actually, bringing that up, I have a quick question. I had to step away.
All right, I got your character for you, Anthony.
But no, through my telepathic, kind of speech, is it possible to send images / memories through that telepathic link?
Why do you sense out of breath?
As I said, I've been like running up and down the stairs because my dad wanted things and I wanted to be quick.
That's cool. I'm going to say no on that. You can communicate words and pseudo words, and I would say you could communicate feelings, but full images, nah.
I don't know. I just kind of want to send Claw that like one snippet as Anderson suddenly remembers. Oh right, I was supposed to find the Mender. Oh shit, the Menders are here.
Aiden is going to
make
go
that
ahead.
Sound. Claw was actually going to make that slow. If Anderson states that, he's just going to give a slow sigh and go, "Oh boy."
Aiden is going to speak up and say, I really wish I could be of more help to whatever sort of investigation you're running, but I really started getting secretive and packing things up and dispersing. I think they're all still in the region.
Okay. Well, I think, honestly, that's all we really wanted to know. Stay safe in here. It's, that'd be rough.
She's going to nod as you guys... I'm assuming you guys are getting up from the table.
Yeah.
If you would like, I might be able to talk to someone in my family to see if we can have at least if possibly we could try to help you have a place to stay as long as you're waiting for a message nearby my village. If you would like, I can try and ask my family if there would be a place that you could. If you would want to try and at least have a place that's less hostile for individuals that look different.
Is Brandon muted again?
Ha! You can't hear me.
Yeah.
She's going to say, I would like that. Milmar's not too far south. And I suppose if it's going to be a while longer before the Oathblade is retrieved from the castle, it should have my stay as comfortable as possible.
Claw will nod, and I'll try and contact my family and give you a message personally as soon as I can.
Alright. Does anybody else want to say or do anything with Aiden before you leave?
Did we determine which Mayan death we're looking for?
You did not.
Nope,
Boobie
we have
on the
no
nose.
idea.
Well, judging by that religion check or history checks given, we're
The trickster.
it's definitely the trickster. I think we'd be able to find a ghost or a blind lady.
You'd be surprised at how hard a blind person could be to find.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, pretty hard. They don't even know where they're going.
Damn. Well, I guess we're on a god hunt. Demigod?
I had to step away again. Was that information I told Claw passed on, or to the group, or
He will
Do I have
pass
to
it
do
on.
that?
He will pass it on to the group away from Aiden.
I was gonna say, we're gonna wait till we're away. I could probably do it myself.
Well, what about Kenneth? Kenneth also gained this information.
Yeah.
Well, no. About the fact that specifically he's looking for a mender himself.
Oh.
Specifically, I just had that moment of, oh shit, that's right, that's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to find the vendors from my dream.
Okay, so Claw is going to reply stating, I'm not going to, mentally, I'm not, you can tell the rest of the group yourself, as I'm not going to state that in front of Aiden at the moment. And
I mean, yeah, that's...
Anyways, it was very nice to talk with you. I hope that your stay here is as pleasant as it can be. And if you get harassed too much, I can beat people up for you.
Then it'll be incredibly demoralizing to be beat up by
Let's see. Aiden is going to roll a d4.
We about to start a bar fight.
Oh god.
Aiden's going to say, oh, well, that would have been lovely about 3 days ago. I've already lost 4 honor duels since I've been here.
Oof.
Ouch. Well, I'm sorry that you've had to go through that.
She's going to shake a hand and say, no, that's fine. The sooner I'm back in Demon's Door, the better.
again, that's why Claw is wanting to try and head home and see if he can offer a place in the at the Malamar village for her to stay at that's not nearby people that judge people based off of appearance.
Also, she's kind of cute.
Arter has never been unfriendly to outsiders. That's a
I was
lie.
gonna say this. Anderson thinks she's cute. Who could bully such a thing?
Alright. So
People who don't like snack.
yeah. People who don't
Scale
like
pride.
organs.
Scale back.
They're scalist.
I would like to say I was begged to add Gorgons into Ilderon. And the one person who was most adamant about it left tonight. Pathetic. But no, the party's able to step outside, collecting whatever information they were, and I'm going to roll a check on how good Jelkin and Maria did. Jelkin and Maria are going to come trotting up towards the inn, and Jelkin's going to say, "Hail, emissaries!" He gestures for you to approach.
I don't like this name.
Gonna have to deal
Is
with
it
it.
like for a name change?
No. Yeah.
Maybe. We'll find out later.
He's going to bring his horse to a stop and say, "What did you find?"
Well, found the messenger from Demon's Door. She was staying with the group from Red Axe when they vanished. Apparently, they all just suddenly dispersed because they heard about a God, I can't remember the name now.
Mindeth.
Mayan death being in the area.
Makes sense. We looked over the camp. The guards are double-checking through it now for anything we might have missed. No signs of a struggle. Too many footprints, too many paths to track. They all went in separate directions. He looks towards the city and says, 12 rogue agents in the city. I don't like the sounds of this. You guys deliver the report back to the castle. I know some smugglers up north on Old Arder.
Why do you know smugglers?
He's going to look and say, "This is part of the job. Contacts. I'll see if they've got anybody past the city walls or onto the inner city islands."
Sometimes Amelia, that you happen. You have to know people, Billy.
Man, I'm just
You have
saying.
to
I
know
just
people.
want to say out of character right now. You're gonna judge that man for knowing a smuggler? Father A was a smuggler, and
I
he
didn't
came.
know Father A.
Father A is a goddamn Redorian hero. Don't you dare say his name.
Yeah, that part of
Father
his past
Anderson
gets wiped away.
can do no wrong. If he was smuggling, he was smuggling justice into the city.
Actually, he smuggled the current queen in and out.
Like
just
I
how-
said, smuggling justice.
Just saying. Not the worst thing in the world. Or it is, and you should judge him very harshly. I'm not a cop.
I'm a sign, not a cop.
Jalkin is going to turn his horse
I'm kind of a cop.
and begin trotting up the road towards Old Ardor. And before he goes, he stops and turns and says, Lady Oswin. Maria looks up. She's going to say, Sir? He's going to say, you did well today. Good job. Maria nods. She's going to look back to the party and say, if being a knight is just ordering all of your underlings and lackeys to do all the work for you, I might get a hang of this easy.
Maria's gonna give her a big hug. I'm so proud of you.
I'm pretty sure it's halfway that, halfway fighting for your country. And we are kind of in time of peace right now.
Probably depend on the the time or the season or whatever. Probably real boring in the last 16 years. But 16 years ago, hopping.
Knights were dying left and right.
Depends on the individual knight.
Alright, you guys are free. What do you want to do?
Start a bar fight. Go back in.
Well, wants to head home. And by head home, he means head to his home.
Why would you do that? Why would you split the party in such a dramatic fashion?
I wanna cook both.
You're almost pretty far away.
He wants to head to his home because he has a promise to keep.
I have to return to my cinnamon bun. She's alone.
Get Raina to send a sending. There's phones in this world.
Yeah, but
Rada has been delegated as phone.
Here's the issue. One, actually, I could talk to my uncle. I actually need to talk to my uncle.
Alma?
Yeah.
About his
You
funky,
need to
about
talk to Alma.
his funky church.
Yeah, I was gonna say, E, if you are sending Claw to Nomar Village, it's a day and a half's journey, and I'm just gonna remove you from the party and make you roll up someone else until we get back there. I will let you do that, but I'm not splitting the party like that.
Fair enough.
I'm not doing
Because that's splitting the
here's
party,
the party.
in not only in space but in time. And it's just I'm not gonna run you on a different day than the rest.
Are we
of the
instead
group.
going to be heading to Funk Church?
How far
sorry,
away would
church.
my uncle's church be from where we are currently?
Not too far.
Looks down the block at the
Yeah.
rave music.
You can look up the trail towards the buildings rising from Old Ardor and built into the mountainside underneath the Ghost Storm. The cathedral is over there.
Look for the rave lights.
I remember a lot of noise in that area back in the day. I don't know why.
Heading to Funk Church.
I actually think I might know why. I'm gonna go talk to my uncle.
That sounds
Well,
exciting.
Someday, I need to talk with you about who you know because it is fascinating.
Again, what we're going to find out throughout this entire campaign is that in some way or another, he's related to all of us.
Let's just make a list of contacts of Claus.
looks at Stradora. You too, Miss I know Dila Win Rona. What?
I've never said that I knew Dila Winrona.
You called her Auntie.
Yeah, Dila's a pretty common name in a Lil Nagai. She's a very influential member of our society. I'm named Dora after the one lady that united our entire nation. Do you know how many Doras there are in a Lil Nagai?
Roll
It's
me a
not worth
deception
counting.
check, Rob.
Alright, now let me roll an insight.
Damn. I'm better at lying this time around, though.
It's not on her. Or rather, it wouldn't be harder to put the lines together that the first princess of Alonagai in its history would likely know its matron.
I'm gonna write it off from the fact that you're a princess.
Look, yeah, I've hung out with Dilo and Rona a bunch. Dad did adventuring for her back in the day. She's really nice. She loves kids.
Cool. You're less of a mystery than Claw, though.
I mean, I know people.
The only famous people I know is the famous people you've introduced me to.
You guys can keep having this conversation. Just give me a direction that you guys are heading so I know when to interrupt you.
All
Are
right,
we going to Funky Church? Are we splitting the party? Because we were told to go find an ancient deity that's the offspring of a different ancient deity, and I feel inclined to do that. But I also have no leads.
I would say, like...
Other than, have you seen this blind person or this ghost?
For personal reasons, I want to go after the deity as well.
I also do want to mention, Claw will mention, my uncle might also give us an idea of what's of where we might be able to look if we're lucky.
If we're gonna keep eating gods, I should really get a book for their autographs or something.
We call that a prayer book, a holy book.
Right, I have one of those.
A holy book just filled with the autographs of the various deities of the realm.
Both good and bad.
It's just, this is when I met Soyetsa, and this is when I met Yumiya, and this is when I met Oka, and this is when I met Genduai, and this is when...
This is when I met Pelvier.
So,
Anyways, wait.
I feel there is party consensus to try and find the Meandeth in the city. I am going to... I know that is a big task to tackle, so I'll allow your players, or your characters, to roll an intelligence check if you want, and I can give you ideas on where to start. Or if you guys as players have any ideas on where to start, you are more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to suggest them.
Claw's idea is kind of killing two birds with one stone and going to Alma to try and at least relay a message to his family to see if he can get a place for Aiden. And while also there, see if Alma has heard any information, as he is a religious figure, of a mender being nearby in the city or something along those lines.
Apparently Anderson knows.
I'm going to point out that I hate every bit of your logic, but we also don't have any better leads, so I can't really tell you no.
Okay, like, I'm really...
Because if religious figures were interchangeable for the purposes of finding deities, we'd be fine.
Alright, starting from the bottom to the top. Everybody who got above a 1, you don't know where to start, and generally the best sources of information in the city is the current sage of whatever city you're in, as it is their job to know things. Moving up to Lumilia, who got a 5. I'm gonna keep that on the same check as everybody else. You should probably go ask your sage. Who knows? And moving up to Anderson, who got an 18. That's
actually a 19. It's just I have a -1.
Yeah, it is the sage's job to know things, as that would be a good place to start. Another place to start, if this is a rumor that is circulating, there's a group of people that deal with rumors really, really well. You've heard your dad whisper about not upsetting the Ruby Shadow. Who this nameless void of people that know the nooks and crannies of society are, you're not certain, but they permeate a lot of places, and trying to find the shadow could potentially lead you to somebody who would have information on this.
That makes me question, does my dad know people from the Ruby Shadow?
No, most merchants just don't want to be on the Shadow's bad side.
I'll roll an intelligence check and see if Claw comes up with any other ideas where he can find something.
Yeah, I'm going to put you at the 15 tier, too. You get the same bits of information. Ask your sage and find the ruby shadow. I'm wondering if there's anything specific to Claw that might... You know what? Actually, I'll give Claw another tick of weird information. Claw... Octavia does spooky weird magic.
Oh,
she might
right.
know people who do spooky weird stuff.
Oh, right. Octavia.
She's not the easiest person to contact, though.
Right. Oh, God. I don't know how to find Octavia without talking to my dad, though, because I don't have any way to message her directly, personally.
We can talk to Anadelia.
I could also I could also talk to Oro because it is his sister.
Do you think that's a good idea?
That is the problem. He's not. So.
I'm going to say you guys should start having this conversation back in character. Everybody gets all of that information that I gave them.
The Anadelia suggestion was in character. I want to state that.
Yeah, and that's completely reasonable.
I remember my dad mentioning the ruby shadow.
That I've heard about them. They could also be a good option. My aunts might also know. The problem is going to be trying to figure out where to contact her. She kind of just likes to appear and do whatever in the bridge she wants. Sort of individual. Showed me some Dark and Veil creatures once. Very interesting.
I mean, what do you guys think is best? I have no idea.
Well, from the sense of it, we shouldn't go talk to our sage, despite that being the most common sense thing, because practical sense tells us that she'll, I don't know, eat our souls or something. I don't know. You guys don't seem to like her.
Yeah.
Other than that,
You can't hear me. I forgot. I wasn't on push to talk. Maria's going to speak up and say, as like the party is like throwing out ideas, she's going to suggest. I know the rest of you may not like it, but Corwin owes Asuantria a favor. Might be able to call in on that.
You're right, I don't like it, but I'm also not sure how effective that would be.
I could tell Gilsong that we might have a way to draw Corwin in. Totally separate from our current issue, but ambush.
Does anybody happen to have contacts in the Ruby Shadow? Because my only other guess is talking to my Aunt Elandelia. Dad used to say that she knows everything that goes on in the city.
Yeah, my dad would also mention that Anadelia is also quite knowledgeable in terms of what's going on. Huh. She actually wouldn't be a bad person to talk to.
Oh, sorry. Oh, God. Well, here we go. Anderson.
Can I add a character meta? Oh, okay.
Alexander is going to speak up and say, my dad used to know a contact in the Ruby Shadow. It's been a long time since my family has talked to her, but my mom might know more.
Your mom's scary.
No, she's really nice.
To me, because we're family.
She's just kind of crude with her humor.
I agree with Alexander. His mom can be quite crude. Also, she's a Kalkin member. Gods are technically magical disturbances. She's arguably the next most equipped person for this.
Hmm.
Also,
let me message Anthony,
breakfast
and then we'll
conversation
continue.
with Anadelia. Probably need to hold off on that one.
Maybe not a great time to ask for favors.
I don't want to know what you did to anger Anadelia.
I didn't anger her. It's the same thing I did to Ariana. I
Oh,
touched
so you
a nerve.
disappointed. Oh, so you disappointed. Got it.
And I leave you guys alone for 2 seconds, and you just start throwing sass at each other.
I'm about to start throwing hands.
All right, so the decision is it to go talk to Alexander's mom, or are you guys going in a different direction? Because right now,
Much like Arby's, we're gonna have the beef or the meat.
The meat. Okay, I was just like thinking for a second. I was like, okay, put it together, Brandon. Come on, you're smart. You can understand a reference. All right. I don't seem to have a character card for meat, so I need to add one for Jalkin, and I need to add one for meat. Let me make a note of that for myself. Ooh, there's banana on my notepad.
Yeah, free banana.
Is out of character? Is Klaus doesn't want to go see Marrow? Not Marrow. Yeah.
Alma.
Alma.
Klaus still does want to go see Alma, but he's not gonna drag the entire party along if they don't want to go, because he was thinking of basically talking to Alma to one, try and get his quest for Aiden, and then two, for seeing if he happens to know where everything is, and three, because of the necrodancer that was drunk trying to deal with raised people in the crypts. Try and ask why the hell he was that an excuse to go to Funky Church.
Excuse because honestly, I just want to say Funky Church.
Oh, you guys can't hear me. Okay, so going to meet Alexander's mom is where I'm going to roll the party's going. I just need to look up one thing. Alright, so the party heads into the city proper. Oh, as you guys are going to meet Alexander's mom, Maria is going to take her horse and tell the party, I'm going to deliver Jalkin's report to the magnate. If Oro lets me, I'll come back and reconvene with you.
Okay, have fun.
Maria heads back to the castle. The party heads into the city proper and to meet in Celebrus's house. Knocking on the door, they find it empty. It is the middle of the day. Alexander is going to speak up and say she's probably just at work, and head to lead you guys towards the Kalkin office in town. Heading into the Kalkin office. Let's see. We're gonna have some new Kalkin members here. The party is unfamiliar with this person manning the desk, but Alexander is going to know them and say, Farron, I'm looking for my mom. Is she inside the barracks? Farron, the armored male behind the desk as you step in, his face is going to go pale as he stands up. he's going to say, Lord Vega, we didn't know how to contact you. He was going to say, contact me for what? At which point the man is going, Farron is going to say, it's best you see for yourself. We really don't know what's going on with your brother. At which point Alexander's going to say, what do you mean you don't know what's going on with her? Farron grabs a set of keys and leads the party towards a stairwell that leads down into a stone basement. There is a single torch lit down here as you step inside. There are 4 cages built of different types of metal on the western wall. In one of the cages, you hear rattling as somebody is shaking it. As he lifts the light, or as he grabs the torch and lifts the light, he's going to say, it doesn't matter what we do or what magic, she's always like this. You guys see meat inside of the cell. She is rattling the door aggressively, and she makes eye contact with each of you and says, I have to go. I have to go to the Kadka side. I need to be the princess. How is the princess doing?
What spells have you tried?
He's going to say everything. Restoration, every type of restoration, every infusion of holy magic we can, every exorcism. Her mind's been taken over by something. All she talks about is going to the princess's side.
Anderson, can you talk into her mind and see if it's any different in there?
I mean, sure, but it won't fix anything.
I know, but if she's only acting like this physically, then it's different than if she's possessed.
Right. I guess I will attempt to connect psychically.
Alright. Go ahead and roll me a... well, no, I'm not going to make you roll anything.
I think she needs to roll the opposed. Like, if she doesn't want me in her mind, I think it's like my spell save.
She's going to fail the... she's going to fail the save. What do you want to say to her?
I'm looking at it like if it's only speech or if I can like possibly scan her thoughts as well. I don't think I can, but I want to make sure. No. It's only communication.
Okay.
Is everything all right? What's wrong?
You are going to hear an immediate response. I need to be by the princess's side. I need to know what the Kodak requires of me next.
Kodak?
Slow down. What has the Kodak asked you to do?
She told me to distract the knights outside of Firtar Hamlet. I've done so just as she asked. I need to return to her side.
Distract them for what?
You can roll me a history check. It's free for the whole party. Or no, it's actually only Anderson.
No, it's not, because this is all telepathic. No one can hear this but me.
Do I want to make? I was thinking on it, but hey, you did well on it. You are going to remember the last time you guys saw meat. The knights were inside of Firtar Hamlet, and you guys split. Meat ran distraction on the knights, so that you could slip by and get back to Somar Villa and then to the capital without getting captured.
Oh.
Why? Where is she going? Why does she need to avoid the knights?
It's been like 2 days since you saw me. I'm not making you roll for this because you already did.
No, like that.
Yeah, she was avoiding the knights because the princess was avoiding the knights because you guys were on the run from them. And Meat and Wensley came to see you guys inside of Firkar. That's the last time you guys saw me.
Okay.
Firen, holding the torch, is going to speak up and say, "She's deadly. We let her out of there. The first thing she does is she goes for a sword and cuts down anyone in her path. Beeline straight towards the castle. Until we can figure out what's going on with her, we haven't let her out of the cell."
I guess I'm going to keep the mental link open, but I'm going to turn to the rest of the party. It's like she's convinced that she needs to distract the guards to aid in their escape, but she won't really specify who.
That was days ago.
It was, which makes me concerned. Why does she still think she needs to do it?
Yeah,
no, she said she needs to know what the princess needs of her next. She did that. She needs to get back to the princess's side to know what she needs next done for her.
Amelia's gonna look at the guy and be like, "Have you cast Detect Magic?"
Let's see.
I was gonna say that I'm pretty sure that would have been their first thing. It was like, you know what? Like, they're positive she's charmed. Like, that's without a doubt.
He's going to say there's no magic afflicting her. She's just changed her mind.
What does she keep? What does she keep calling her? She isn't saying princess.
I thought she did say princess.
She did say princess. For some
she
parts
must
of
get
it.
back to the princess side. It's like
he's going to say
maybe
Kadka, some old word for voice. The one who commands her to do things.
Amelia's gonna lean over to whoever's closest to her and be like, "This sounds like either Corwin or Donaganya."
At which point,
I'm gonna go back to the mental.
Meat is going to slam against the bars and say, "I need to get to the Kadka's side. The princess needs me. Get out of my way!"
Why does the princess need you?
I'm gonna go back into the mental link, and it's like the Kadka. Is she a member of the Menders? Is she the one who has asked of this? We seek her as well. Maybe we can help each other.
She starts laughing and speaks outside and says, "You don't know. The princess is the Kadka. It is inside of her. I need to be at her side. Let me out of here."
Hold on.
Okay, wait. Does she know about the curse?
What language is the Kadka from? For curiosity's sake, is that Old Tongue?
Is
you're asking Firen?
Oh god.
I'm asking in out as a player, not as a character.
As a player, I can't give you that information.
Well, like,
Yeah.
no. Well, no. Like, Kadka, is that from another language, or is that just?
Oh no, I know it's another language. I was asking if it was.
Firen said it was a lost word for voice. You gave
lost.
Yeah, your characters who speak Old Tongue don't recognize it.
Okay. If that's the case, can I make a check to see if I can link Kodka with anything?
Go for it.
What kind of check?
It would be a history check, linguistics.
Okay. I hope I do this right.
Fuck!
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Actually,
you're not sure if you've heard it before.
I'm gonna try something. But I'm gonna use...
Meat
the
begins
core?
rattling the bars aggressively, screeching.
I don't...
Hissing,
yeah, but like
through it the whole way. In between her screeches and hisses, she keeps screaming the word Kotka. At which point,
well, like through the mental link,
Firen is going to start pushing everybody out, and she gets more aggressive when she sees people.
I could blind her for a bit.
I was gonna say, I don't need... Now that the connection's established, I don't need to be in direct contact with her, as long as I'm within 60 feet circumference of her. So I can continue this in the next room. But I'm going to actually try something. I want to try speaking the unique language that I have as a Kelshatar. As Marcus's language. She'll still understand me, but it'll be in that language. Psychically, of like... She's saying Kodka, which is like the voice, correct? The voices are at work, and I move with them. Let me take on your task, and you bide your time.
It doesn't seem at all that she's being any form of reasonable, as she screams.
Now, even with my ancient language.
Yeah,
thing,
as she screams out in with her voice, the hissing and the hissing and the screeches, chops of syllables.
Now I'm gonna cut the mental link. It's like nothing. She's completely lost it.
Claw is going to ask the what's his name?
Firen.
Firen, what language is Kodka from? I don't recognize that as Old Tongue.
He's going to scratch his head, roll a history check, and he's going to say fairly certain abyssal. My seeker is out though. I don't study languages. I studied the sword.
Well, I mean, here, 1 second. I don't mind doing this. I cast Comprehend Language. Kodka. What does Kodka mean as Comprehend Language?
I mean, yeah, in the distance, you hear meat screeches and hisses. They are not screeches and hisses. They are words. In the space where other people are hearing Kodka, you are hearing the voice as she yells over and over. You know, my purpose is to serve the voice. Our purpose is to serve the voice. It is the creator. It needs me. It must be by its side, etc., 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 etc.
Anderson is like just pressing his ear against the door now as he understands.
Would I be familiar with any magic that could cause this?
You're welcome to roll a Arcana check or a History check. Off the top of Lumilia's head, no.
Actually, I'm gonna take note. So you said the creator must. I'm gonna.
Yep.
Or if you want to send that to me in a message, so I could copy paste that in my notes.
I will after the session. I don't remember wholly what I said.
Abyssal.
But I will also pass that on of like, no, that's abyssal. It's not. She's not saying Kodka. She's.
Would you comprehend the language?
I did.
No.
Like, which
my thing is,
language
when
is
you
she actually
when you
talking in?
cast it, I don't feel like you get like a little like subtitle in Abyssal. The voice is calling out to me. I feel like you just now hear what it is.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it. That's why I'm repeating it.
But you don't know which language she is referring to. This could be Screech for all you know.
He
Well,
told us it was
actually, what I'm going to do for you guys, because there was a check I had you guys roll earlier that Anderson failed. Once Anderson is understanding this as a language, Anderson, I will allow you to put 2 and 2 together. This sounds very similar to the screeching and hisses you heard with Asuandria when you were inside of the vault with her. You couldn't understand it then, but you can understand it now.
Okay, I guess I'll say it's the
language.
exact same language Aussie was talking when we were in the crypt.
Yeah.
Are you happy with that? I don't know. I said Abyssal because the DM said Abyssal. Alright.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's like the same language as Aussie speaking, and I repeat what she was saying.
Yeah, I know it's the same language.
Well, maybe. No.
So it's like,
Hey,
remember what I told you guys earlier
how
today?
long? No, hold on. The Calkin, I think, would know this. How the tieflings weren't always showing their form like this, correct?
Are you asking Fear on that?
Yeah.
He's gonna say, yeah, it's been about a decade since they've been stuck in their demonic and infernal forms.
Exactly a decade?
He's gonna say more or less about gonna be the 11th year.
We should go.
Mm-hmm.
Should we inform the magnate about this?
Firin is going to say, oh, to be honest, she rambles about the princess, Firtar, and her screeching, but we're keeping a lid on her. She's not a threat to anybody.
But whatever caused this is.
He's going to look at Lumilia and say, my lady, it's the Calkin's job to contain magical threats, and you can
And
entrust
it's
us
the
to
magnate's
that.
job to prepare for them. She can't do that if she doesn't know about them.
Ow. Lumilia,
Fedora is getting grumpier.
let's go. I think we've seen enough.
We've heard enough too.
Alexander is going to look to Firin and say, if she calms down, send for me. I'm staying in the castle immediately. He'll nod and say, yes, my lord. With that, if you guys start walking out, Alexander joins you.
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna start walking out and get to a nice place so out of earshot for
I'd
everybody.
say, like, let's have a private conversation of just the group and no one else.
Mm-hmm.
I think this has everything to do with what I mentioned this morning.
Yeah. Basically, from my understanding, I think all Shattered are... Well, wait. All... Tieflings are called Shattered, right?
Yep, tieflings are called Shattered.
All Shattered might be acting like this around Aussie because of what we found out from back at that crypt. And if that's the case, most likely the thing it might be.
Well, we can't kill every tiefling we come across, and we can't
No.
imprison them either.
No, I think this might be affecting. I think it's because of what is caused Velvir to also murmur in his sleep.
Yeah, she's about yay high. Void eyes, adorable.
I meant in terms of I was trying to think of way to describe what's going on in his head. He is failing charisma checks right now. Both the player and the character. Basically, Shattered are getting this instinct to go to Aussie and do as she orders, as if it was a loyal servant.
Feels like a bit of a stretch with one sample size.
But it's my theory currently, as granted, it is one sample size, but I have a feeling that this isn't going to be the only case.
The party is aware of a second tiefling that interacted with Asuandria.
Which who's?
There is a knight at the castle named Flunk. She was the knight that was told to come and retrieve the princess.
But did they ever actually interact?
Well, I'm just saying, presumably if you want to grow your sample size, she is a knight of the castle, and she would be another tiefling within reach of Asuandria.
Let's go try and find Flunk. That might be able to, and if she's starting to act like this as well, insisting on being beside Asuandria, there might be a connection here.
I feel like we already have a connection. It's just like
So, look, I don't want to downplay the fact that, you know, Alexander's mom has gone partially feral and an obsessive desire to be near Alexandria, because, you know, I can respect that. But are we giving up on the Mayan death hunt? Are we gonna try and handle this now?
Well, our trail is cold with that, unless we can either find my aunt.
What do you mean the trail's cold? We haven't actually started. This is out of character, by the way.
I'm out of character. Cold because I was about to state why the trail is cold, unless we go to... In character. Unless we go find someone else who would possibly know where the death is, which the only ones that we know are possibly... Anna, possibly my aunt, or getting really lucky with finding where the Ruby Shadow is, or the Meander themselves. We really don't have any other clues. And with this, we might be able to get back one of our figure out what the hell is going on with this.
What is your goal with this?
As a dungeon master, I will tell you guys, all roads could possibly lead to the same place.
The problem is in character, we don't know that or have any inkling about that.
Yeah, just do whatever you feel is best.
I'm leaving. I'm just gonna go find Anadelia. I'm pulling a Father A.
I guess in terms of urgency, this might be a little higher in the list.
It's only partially homicidal. All right. So
as much as I want to find a mender, I feel this maybe takes precedent.
Okay.
What do you all think? Because I'm not going to pull you guys to do anything you guys don't want to do.
I was like, no, I want to. It's just.
I was also mainly referring to Kenneth and Lumilia and Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander is going to
That's his
speak up.
mom.
Yeah, and say, if this curse is coming from Osuandria onto my mom, when we cure Osuandria of whatever is afflicting her, my mom will be cured too. And I think that's still my top priority.
Lumilia, Kenneth.
I think we're out of our depth.
We are a little bit. We are dealing with something that we have no idea. Let me see if I understand the plan, Claw. You want to go back to the castle and speak with the guard that Aussie spoke with, who is also shattered, to see if he also is affected similar, right?
Yes, just to see if there's a connection with that here, and on how dangerous of a thing that this could become.
Gotcha, because considering how unruly she's acting right now, looks like a simple request, seen as the command. Now she's just desperate to get another one.
Is the timing of everything here suspicious to anyone else? I mean, Anderson starts having dreams, Valier speaks, there's a guiding star, there's the League meeting that's causing a bunch of political stuff, Osuandria's doing all sorts of things. Doesn't it seem weird that everything is suddenly happening at once?
It's as if a group of people decided to play Dungeons and Dragons in this setting.
No matter, go away.
I agree
And
with that.
all seem to have a personal connection to it.
One way or another, yeah.
My sister, Anderson's dreams, Claw, your father was part of trying to cure Osuandria. Now Alexander's mother.
Alexander's father was also there trying to help, but I'm curious to see. I want to see on how, if multiple tieflings are affected by this, this might become we can figure out on how fast of an issue this is going to become. If we figure out if tieflings are getting affected by just talking to Osuandria, or if tieflings are starting to come all around from other parts of the world to go to see the princess. Meanwhile, I would like to see a mender to try and figure out what the hell is going on and try and possibly help out Anderson here. But as I stated, unless we find my aunt Ruby or talk to your aunt, we might not have very many leads on that, and that might not be as precedented as figuring out what the hell is happening to these people wanting to basically be ordered around like a dog learning a new trick.
I would prefer avoiding messing with the Ruby Shadow unless we have someone we can trust. We can mark that off right now. The entire point we came to see her was to get a legitimate contact.
Lol, Galay, legitimate.
We don't need everybody there to take care of the tiefling. I know Anderson and Alexander's going with you, Claw. Anderson, Lamilia, what about you two? Anybody gonna keep Sidor company?
I mean, like I
I'll
said,
go with Fedora.
as much as I want to find a mender with this hanging over my head, I do feel this is a little more important to take care of first.
Okay, Lamilia's going with Fedora. We are going to find the tiefling. Oof.
Okay, so
You know what? I'll go with you guys.
So
we're all following Stodora is the consensus.
Yeah, the party is
all
going back to the castle. Lumilia and Stradora are going to Anadelia. Claw, Alexander, Kenneth, and Anderson are all going to find Captain Flunk.
Oh, whenever we do try and find the Menders, we should bring Maria with us. She worships them.
Okay.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Nothing. Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So, or I lied. Flunk is not a captain. She is a knight. That is her rank. So, going back to the castle. To Zenith Rise.
We're going back to Zenith Rise.
I'm gonna do the one. I'm gonna handle the group that I'm pretty sure is gonna be the quickest, and then I'll jump over to Lumilia and Stradora, and then we'll see where we land with this time and decide what we do next. So, Kenneth,
2 hours later,
Claw, Anderson, and Alexander go looking for Captain Flunk. I'm not going to make you roll an investigation check for it, just because asking around the castle, even if it takes you forever, eventually you're able to find her quarters and get pointed in her direction. Let's put her. We'll put her down by the barracks, the southern barracks, and she'll probably be training with the guards down here. As you guys approach Flunk, she is going to pull her staff aside from whoever she's engaged with. Let's stick it in the ground, looking at the group coming and say, "Lords, it's
Captain.
She.
May we have a moment of your time?"
She'll step away. And it is worth stating, Flunk is a shattered tiefling, just like me, tail out, dark purple skin. She is going to walk aside, laying the staff against the raft that's near her, walking the trail that leads back into the castle's quarters. She's going to speak up and say, "I haven't seen you all since I was tracking you in Firtar."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, how have you been doing, Flunk? Has anything? Yeah, just how have you been doing, Flunk?
I'm just going to roll an insight check and say, "Fine. What brings you here?"
We were just,
Spit it out already. Frog stuck in your throat?
I mean, we've recently come across a disturbing situation, and we're here to kind of get more informed on it. We're hoping you could help us with that.
Just gonna
It's
nod.
more like we've run into a shatter that's acting strangely recently. You're the only shatter that we could think of. And we're following up to see hopefully nothing's affecting you.
Her eyebrows are going to go together and say, I mean, I know we're in our forms like this now all the time, but it's no cause to be concerned. What weird behavior did you see? People always suspect us for stuff.
she was speaking in what I could only assume was abyssal. And
Well, speaking is a way to put it. She was screeching, talking to her fellow allies, as if she was possessed, but they could not find any magic affecting her. And on a separate investigation, it happens to look a lot related to something we already know.
What is it that you already know?
During investigations in the crypt, we came across a cursed statue that spoke in a strange language that affected the same strange language that affected a party member. Though it did not have the same effect, but we're wondering if the two might be linked somehow.
trying to give too much information here, Jackal.
I don't think that's too much information.
No,
Yeah. She's gonna be utterly confused. And so, does the magnate need me to investigate something? Do you have an order from her?
Not from her, but we were wondering what was the word that she kept repeating?
Let me, Brandon, send me that note.
Kadka?
Kadka. The shadow kept referring to Kadka.
The voice of what?
She would not elaborate past that. She was just saying that she must get to Kadka and that
we serve Kadka.
She's going to scratch her head and say, I'm a little bit confused. You guys bumped on the head one too many times? Maybe your friend was?
Who do I want? Hey, Stadora, you want to be mentally linked for a second? I want your opinion.
She's
I'm not with
there.
you.
She left. She's not with us.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck, that's right. No, I'm sorry, I forgot. Who is
Bothering
with
the
us?
hell out of you guys.
Yeah.
It's Claw, it's Alexander.
I think Flunk is trustworthy.
I'll contact Alexander. I'll mentally link Alexander then.
Okay.
Basically asking, this is your mom. Do you want me to give her the full translation, or should we just keep it at Kadka?
Huh! I forgot I'm controlling Alexander. Alexander, not one to beat around the bush, is going to speak up, and he is going to say, "Look, Flunk, we need to know, are you compelled to be near Osuandria?" Flunk is going to put her eyebrows together, almost in disgust, and say, "What? No. Why would I do that? She told me she doesn't want me watching over her every move."
Mm.
And Alexander, is going to say, "Well, nothing like my mom. Thank you, my lady." She's going to nod and say, "My lord, my lord, my lord."
Take care now.
Like, I'm sorry if we came off as rude. This is just, this is all we're going off of.
If there's something truly wrong with your friend, tell the magnate. I obey her every order, until the letter of it. If you get me an order, I'll take a squad and see what I can find out.
All right.
That's
Okay. Guess once we're out of earshot, I would like to talk to the others.
mm-hmm.
So she was told she didn't want to be near her. Now she had, I don't know. This is kind of iffy here because she is the princess. She does have to obey.
Right. So, I don't know. Maybe I was jumping too far into conclusions, or
I mean, honestly, what we could do is ask Aussie to give her random orders to see if she actually does it. But then that may give Aussie a power trip, and I don't want that to happen.
it also might trigger her to go exactly like.
Yeah.
So let's just leave it at she didn't want her watching at every move, and that might be the best thing we have for now. With everything else, though,
I mean, simplest way probably to get Aussie to go down there and tell her to stop acting crazy. But then we'd have to get her out. And I am not taking responsibility for that this time.
and bring her to the Calcan office.
Yeah. That is good.
I still often to blind her.
I don't think blinding her will solve anything, though.
It'll make her easy to tie up.
She's already imprisoned.
Not where we want her to be imprisoned.
Hope Fedora's having better luck.
Give me a direction for the party, and we will jump over to Lumilia and Stradora.
Honestly, I have no idea. What do you guys think?
Alexander is going to say, let's go find Lumilia and Stradora and tell them what we learned.
Right.
Yeah,
All right.
might as well get the gloating out now.
Lumilia and Stradora, you go looking for Anadelia. Is she in her chambers here? Huh.
Lumilia and Stradora.
88%. Yes.
Gosh, we're great. Go
She-
team, Holy Warriors.
She is in her quarters. So you are going to find her in her High Council office. It is a lush room, bigger than one person would ever need, with a whole area dedicated to meeting. Is she doing anything important when you guys come in? Anadelia seems to be looking at something whenever you guys step in, at which point she is going to tuck it under several stacks of paper on her desk.
That's either a keepsake picture of her wife or the exact reason I picked her as my source of information.
She got a spell book again.
Anadelia is going to look at the party as you step in. She stands up and says, "Oh, Princess Star?
Anadelia.
You're the Sagite from the party that night. I've seen you
Former
around."
Sagite, but thank you.
And she's going to say, Lumilia. Raina's whispered your name. That's who she was hissing about.
That doesn't surprise me. Nice to meet you.
And she nods and says, You know, you should send a messenger next time you come to my quarters. She gestures to the couches in her chambers. Says, What brings you here?
Well, it's... So, the magnate had us investigate the disappearance of the Red Axe, diplomats? I guess they'd be diplomats. Long story short is that they fled in the night because of Melendez is apparently in the city. You're the only person I could think of that would, know how true and anything to go on of that.
She is going to nod and say, there have been whispers of such a thing. I do say I've been rather distracted lately. A Meandeth? Possibly. Somebody bearing power from one? Perhaps a powerful cleric of one? More likely.
I mean, do you have any idea who this person is? You know, or at least where they've been seen?
She's gonna walk to her desk, grab her ledger. She walks back towards the seated area, puts it on her lap, and begins running her finger across it in sequences. She is going to extend it towards Stradora.
Stradora accepts.
She's going to say, what do you know of curses?
A decent bit. We covered it in training, but, it's not my forte. My divine magic isn't strong enough to handle them yet.
She's going to say, I came across this, but it wasn't important enough to merit my attention. If Stradora reads it, actually, Anadelia will say, well, the Meandeth, they give out curses like they're frost streets during the winter festival. Anthony's back. Cool. I will catch him up on everything he missed in a second.
Hey.
So
there's a lot that's important to you.
Yeah, it was kind of an Alexander Claw night, and we only got the claw half. So, anyways, for Stradora, reading this paper, it is a contract, presumably from somebody within the Ruby Shadow, ordering a hit on a person. This person is identified by they were in charge with handling finances for part of the Ruby Alliance, and for some reason every gemstone or coin they touch soils and loses all of its value. In a panic, they cost the merchant a fortune. And she's going to say, if there's a Meandeth in town, or a cleric of one, they likely curse some greedy individual. And that said, if you're looking for one, I'd put my money on Eshius, but I hear he's not too much of a fan of gambling for greed.
Well, see, that was the thing, right? I was thinking it would be Eshius, because I told Lamilia it'd be a lot easier to find a blind woman or a ghost, so Trickster God made more sense.
While you decide real quick, Rob, how to process that information,
was there the name of the person? That was... is this guy dead?
Let's see. Is the name? Yeah, the name of the person's on here. It's going to be... Wait a second. Oh, it's going to be a halfling by the name of Alivion. And real quick, Anthony, catching you up on everything that has happened. Please sit down and hold the sides of your seats and keep all hands and feet inside the ride. Your party was trying to find a member of the Meandeth. Alexander knew a contact in the Ruby Shadow. As it's whispered, there's a Meandeth in town. The Ruby Shadow is known for being able to point people in the direction of whispers. However, Alexander didn't know where to find this contact of his of the Ruby Shadow and went to ask his mom. His mom wasn't home. You went to the Kalkin office and you found out that ever since the party split from Alexander's mom, Meat has succumbed to madness. She is violent and she is irrational, and her only desire is to get back to the princess's side. And she attacks anybody who stands between her and that. The Kalkin have locked her in a cage, and they're trying to figure out what's wrong with her. It doesn't seem that they are capable of doing anything to cure her of this condition, and Alexander told them, and they didn't know how to contact Alexander, as they didn't know where he was or what he was doing. Alexander told them where to contact him, and if her condition gets any better, to send for him immediately. With that, the party went to the castle to see if other tieflings were being affected in this way. They talked to another tiefling who the princess had interacted with, and asked if the princess, or if the tiefling was drawn to, or if the Shatter was drawn to being next to Asuandria. The Shatter responded, "Why would I do that? She told me specifically she doesn't want me watching over her every move." And she was on the opposite side of the palace from the princess. With that, the party concluded, or rather hypothesized, that Shatter likely can't disobey orders from Asuandria. From there, we jumped over to Stradora and Lumilia, who went to talk to Anadelia about getting more information about this Meandeth in town. Anadelia said she doesn't know if there's a Meandeth in town. There's likely a zealot follower of one who is cursing people. The concrete evidence she has is there is a money launderer who everything he touches loses all of its value, which is a curse very in alignment with Eshius and his values. And a merchant wants that launderer dead, because if everything you touch loses value and you touch all of his money, then you cost. You cost. And if you cost, the Ruby Shadow don't like you. And you're caught up. Congratulations. I interrupted you, Rob. Oh, or Lumilia. Either of you were going to say something.
Willow, did you have anything?
Not really. This is all going over my head.
Okay. Okay, so we can either find this halfling. Are there any gambling dens in Ardor?
Oh, you're a little young for that.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to find a demigod. I'm not trying to make money. If Eshius likes to punish the greedy, then that seems like a logical place to go. Other than, your Commerce Council meetings.
Anadelia is going to lean back and say, I don't study the Meandeth. I've heard stories about Eshius, and he hardly does what's expected of him. That said, why do you think a god might be an Ardor?
I met one this morning, for one thing.
Yeah, but Galesong lives... But it's Galesong.
That tells me nothing.
Well, Ardor is like Galesong's home to a degree. It makes sense for him to be here. Doesn't say make sense if, there was random sightings of Haldora. That would probably cause a panic, given the ghost story.
Star, if I let you go charging off into every brothel and gambling den in town, your father would have a fit next time he travels through.
He'd probably have a fit anyway. He's probably having a fit right now, just because I'm here doing normal business.
She is going to say, allow me to save you a step. She walks towards a desk, and she's going to write a note. After a moment, she takes a metal seal, holds it over a candle, and then presses it into wax and then onto the note. It says, "Here, this is my seal. There's a convocation of minds and the Chantry of Harmony.
We've
God." And she's going to say, "Well, this will get you back in. A god spoke not too long ago, one who never speaks. It's cause for people from near and far to come into Ardor. If you're looking for a Meandith or one of his ranks, you'll likely find them there."
Fair, I should have thought about that. Thank you, Anadelia.
She's going to nod, taking back the ledger, and she's going to say, "And thank you for your advice earlier. I still haven't spoke to Reyna, but I have ideas."
Well,
Fedora, counselor.
as long as I could help facilitate some... Well, that sounds like it went a lot better than my talk with the Bertolfs.
Talking.
Anyways,
Bertolfs.
I have... Anyways, I have a convocation to re-attend. Unless, Lemelia, did you have
Let's
anything?
go. Nope.
Ooh, if we hurry, we can leave the boys behind.
Fuck you.
What? No, we're your best friends.
Yeah, walking through the
That's fine.
Yeah, but I want to hit on girls.
walking through the
And we're
I mean-
stopping you?
And I could be a wing woman.
I was gonna say, if anything, we've encouraged you to hit on people.
walking through the halls. You guys are going to come across the rest of the party. You're all together.
Curses.
Crap.
We did.
What, you want us to hit on girls too with you? Is that it?
No, I want the exact opposite. Go hit on boys. Leave the girls to me.
You were half right, Strador. As far as we can tell, currently Flonk doesn't have any urges to be by Osirandria, but she also was last told by Osirandria to stay away from her, basically. So it might be a contradiction there.
Cool.
Like, on the one hand, she's not compelled, but on the other hand, she was last told to stay away.
So, what did you two learn?
We learned that a man in the Ruby Shadow, or a money launderer, got cursed.
Mm-hmm.
Probably by Eshes. But more importantly, Anadelia noted that the convocation of minds is drawing all kinds of weird attention because, you know, weird things have happened. So we should probably go there. I have this nice hand-sealed note.
Off question. What was the... Didn't you and Anderson get approached by somebody talking about that fountain? Did you ever get
Oh my
the
god, did I get approached by a... by a god in disguise?
Hmm.
What was his name?
The weird man?
Yeah,
I don't think you guys got his name.
I think he gave it to us. Because I feel like his says like old mode or whatever.
No, I don't remember him giving us a name.
I'll check.
No,
my
he did.
notes.
He did give us a name. I think it was like Mod or something like that.
Mon.
Oh,
Mon.
Mon. Yeah. Yep.
if
Hey, I'm glad you guys remembered that.
I had to load up the recap.
I
Glad someone remembered to write it down.
if maybe what was the individual's name that told you about that fountain?
Mon.
Maybe Mon might be someone who would know or have
The guy did
to.
have surprisingly ancient knowledge.
Wouldn't surprise me if a men would know about a mender or could be related to one. If we're
Or
lucky,
could
might-
be the mender in disguise. Ooh.
If it is, it's probably the trickster, and I had nothing to do with that.
I mean,
Wouldn't surprise me, considering isn't the trickster supposed to help those who don't necessarily fully want it?
Something like that. I don't know.
I'm more just confused
Well,
that I
maybe
don't
they,
want to sever it.
they might be able to help if we're lucky. So I guess we
Have
should
I
take
been greedy? I don't know.
Depends on what you define as greed.
Anyways, it's like midday, I think. I'm going to.
It's well into the afternoon.
I'm still going to go to the Chantry of Harmony
Harmony? Okay.
and handle this. You are all welcome to join me, or not.
I'll come along.
Me
I mean,
too.
it's not like we have any other leads.
All
I don't
right.
feel like separating would be good right now.
Alexander, what do you mean by just praying?
Oh,
Does that work with the Mienda?
I would imagine it works with any god.
Who wants to pray? Because I'm not going.
pray to
We
the
should
trickster.
get
Affirmative
Maria
action?
to do it.
Our resident God whisperer.
Well, she's the only one of us that actually worships them.
That is
As we
true.
covered before, and me
Well,
being
well,
really
I mean-
disingenuous about the whole Gale Song thing.
Well, not saying praying to Gale Song. I think Alexander's saying praying praying to the Mienda.
No, that's why I was using it. That's why I cited that as an example. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how effective it is for us because we don't worship them. Mind you, like I said, I imagine he could sense my sarcasm, but I feel like genuine faith helps with these things.
Possibly.
Or we can get Maria to pray.
You can't hear me. Is the decision to grab Maria and head to the Chantry?
That's what Claw's thinking of doing.
Okay, I'm going to take that as the party's answer, unless somebody tells me otherwise. Just
No,
because we're getting
seems
so
pretty good.
close to time. Yeah. All right. Grabbing Maria. Maria is back. Was there anything that she needed to convey to you guys? Yeah, she would start saying, we're going again to the Chantry? Okay, well, yes, I would love to meet a mender. And you guys are back on the streets of Ardor. From a distance, as you guys leave through the Earth Gate, you feel eyes on you. It's almost as Asuandria's tower has a perfect vantage of this. Leaving.
Don't make me feel guilty about leaving my wife behind.
Also, did
Yeah.
we have time anywhere in between that for a short rest? To say, like, get back a spell slot?
How about you don't waste spell slots to comprehend languages? I got my ass kicked and I'm fine.
I wouldn't say it was wasted. I'm also saying I'm a warlock, and having a spell slot is just nice.
Nope, we're not getting. You can sit there for an hour
I'm
while I
also
handle
low on
the
spell
plot.
slots.
I'm
don't
just
get the
saying, like,
background
was there an opportunity? Yes or no?
No, there is not.
Okay.
A short rest only recharges for a warlock too. By the way, Sunrise. All right, so moving across the
We gained some
river.
information from that.
Guys don't have the money to.
We're taking the long way, the
Yeah.
cheap way.
I was going to say, you don't really have the money to pay the exorbitant rates. Going all the way across and around into the Shaper's retreat. As you guys approach the retreat, what do you want to do? Give me some idea of how you guys are getting in here, or who you're looking for, or what. And that's going to determine where I point you. I also like that idea, Willow.
I agree with that idea as well, but I think Claw's current idea is to kind of sit on a bench outside of the area and kind of either people watch or kind of keep an ear out for any conversations that are going on.
Okay, say the start of that one more time for me.
Claw's gonna kind of people watch, or like sit on a bench outside of the chantry if there is one, and kind of people watch, see if what people are doing around him, listen, kind of keep an ear out for conversations that are going on, kind of,
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check. Is the rest of the party content to sit with Claw?
I mean, I guess I'll just join Claw.
Why are we doing perception? Oh, are we because we're inside?
No, you're not inside. The road walks along the riverside towards the fields of Shaper's Retreat, and then to the buildings of Shaper's Retreat. You guys are sitting on a bench outside of Shaper's Retreat along this river road, watching people come and go.
So what Claw was thinking, and I should have elaborated this better, is and he'll relay this to the party, possibly a few of us could walk in, try and see and ask some individuals, specifically us that are more sociable, and then I was thinking I could possibly sit outside and people watch and hear what I might be able to learn from casual conversation outside, as some people like to talk about what they think outside if they can't enter.
I'll stay with Claw.
I have a fancy note that will probably let me go to the big girl's room, so I'm going inside.
Does it limit how many people you can take with you, or is it just...
Take the people with official titles to be safe.
Oh, good. I hope I don't run into that lady again.
Which lady?
The one that interviewed me when I told him about the demon worshippers.
Fair.
Alright, so you still want me to do the perception check? I was kind of just letting Claw sit there and kind of observe casually and then pay more attention when he hears something that catches his eye or catches his interest, is what I was thinking on. Brandon, you
can't hear me. No, I'm sorry. I've been talking and not holding my button. That's fun. Yeah, go for it. And then the group that's going inside is Stradora, Kenneth, Alexander, and I believe that's it.
And
yeah, and I guess Maria. Yeah.
Either Maria or Maria could stay outside with her and with us and her sister. With us, if she wanted to.
Take her.
I don't. Okay.
Okay.
I was gonna say
Totally
leave it up
not
to
a
her when she wants to.
Is everybody comfortable going for possibly 15 more minutes?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, the party that heads inside, presenting your note to the different Sagites is going to allow you into, obviously, the same chambers you were in before the study. If you want to go into the main hall, you are more than welcome to. As the sages, the Sagites wouldn't be restricting your access, but obviously they'd set you up with the same table and everything, and a student to come and run letters to and fro for you. If you choose to go into the main chamber, for the sake of time, I'll try and explain it quickly. It's the same chamber as before, with the stone pillar or stone cylinder in the center. Half of it is open. There is light coming down the middle. Valrir's body is still lying on a stone slab. There are tables set up and just hordes of people inside of this room. Everybody is talking. The people on the main stage look a little bit disheveled as they've been here for a while. Stradora is actually going to recognize Dila.
Yay!
Leading the conversations, as I'm pretty sure I have her character card. Thank Willow for recreating the art for me.
Yeet.
Haha.
She is on the stage, standing over the table, walking back and forth. Conversations are still abuzz. You guys are on the ground floor. There would be 3 different floors that could overlook these this main chamber.
Where to start?
If you want to ask around if anybody has saw or seen Eshius, you can roll an investigation check.
That feels like a good idea. I'm gonna do that. I'm also going to ask who's with me, because I'm not good at it. Whatever.
I'm with you.
You feel like you'd be better at this. But I'm prepared to fail for the both of us.
Or you could give one person the help action.
That's what I'm kind of gunning for here.
What are we doing?
Investigation.
Investigation. I can roll it, and you can give me the help action.
Go
Got
for
it,
it,
buddy.
I'll point it out to you. All right. Advantage. 17.
Yeah. Asking around if Eshius is here, a couple people are going to point you to people of just like, Eshius, we don't have time for this. Like, he would know. He's Eshius. Nobody here is really certain. You come into a couple scholars who have had not enough time to sleep in the past 2 days, and they are have fever, I guess, like are delirious of just like, oh yeah, I saw Ash, he's walking down that hallway right over there. None of this information seems very reliable.
Alright, so no ghost, Eudora.
I feel like he's gotta be here.
Let's gamble. Alexander suggests gambling.
It's too on the nose. how does one lure out a trickster god?
Maybe by pulling tricks on other people? Random suggestion?
Okay, how do I trick them?
I don't know, that's up to you.
Is
No,
Fedora
Anthony-
saying this out aloud?
If Anthony's saying this out loud.
Or, I'm sorry, is Rob saying this out loud?
Well, yeah.
Or is Stradora? Stradora saying this out loud?
Yeah. Maybe not like yelling it, but like, more like it's like in our little huddle. It's just like, how do you trick a trickster god? Brandon, are you muted again?
No, I'm here. Oh, Maria is there. I forgot I'm controlling her. Let's see. Maria is going to roll an intelligence check and say, I don't know, game of wit? Ash just normally tricks people who try and find him. At least that's what his stories say.
Maybe the trick is just not looking for him. Let him come to us. I'm not here. This is just Jackal thinking out loud.
What? So
Why?
Alexander says Kenneth go steal papers.
Why?
Sentry down.
From people here. Greed. Oh. Okay.
Someone was about to say something?
I'm still trying to like piece it together. I mean, I like where he's going. I like where you're going with it, Alexander. But like, I don't know. It feels too target. It doesn't feel targeted enough. I'm waiting for Anthony to type.
Yep.
No, I feel like a god would know better than my disingenuous greed.
I mean, randomly stealing things.
Randomly stealing stuff isn't greedy, it's just childish.
Alright, so Alexander says he hates greed, so if we act greedy, it might draw him out, and trickery.
I hate that it has to be the trickster god.
I'm not clever enough for this.
You guys did meet some people here. Presumably...
We met random NPCs used for a montage of investigation check.
Oh, no, I was saying, presumably Kenneth knows a scholar here. Presumably Stradora knows a scholar here, the one she met at the docks. Then you guys know Dila's here.
I mean,
We could start talking to people. We could ask Dila, I guess.
well, unless she's not too busy.
Alright.
Find that Mon guy.
Yeah, we could ask around for that Mon guy.
That way we find a way to pull a huge prank. Okay, so yeah, Alexander also suggests pulling a big prank here. So, pulling a prank or asking Dila? Or searching for Mon?
I mean, we could do.
All three. There's three of you. I'm not here.
Split up. You, Kenneth, put hot water on people's robes. I don't know. And you, Stradora, go talk to Dila, and Alexander, look around for Mon. Just give me a direction, and I'll probably jump to the other members of the group.
I'm gonna go talk to Dila. If you guys want to pull some pranks, that's cool. I would also, well, damn it, I'm waffling. Okay, either I go talk to Dila or we go find this Mon person, because the Mon guy might be who we're looking for, or he might just be some rando dude. But Dila's also Dila Winrona.
Yeah,
That's why I waffled, Anthony, because I don't know what he looks like, so we can't split in that fashion.
Yeah, I have no idea what he looks like either.
So, never met this guy, no idea what he looks like, you know. Okay, so Shadora,
I'm gonna go try and find Mon.
Okay. Roll.
Anthony, type faster.
Roll me an investigation check. It's fine, Anthony. Roll me an investigation check for Mon, and I am going to switch over to the other members of the party. If you help, go ahead and roll it with advantage. You can explain in typing how you help. All right. The members sitting out here at the docks. You are going to, or you're not sitting at the docks, sitting out here at the rivers, or at the road leading to the rivers. You're going to be watching people come and go one at a time. You don't notice anybody innately suspicious. And, I mean, for the most part, people are just coming and going inside of this chantry. Most people of high rank, or at least suitable means, you notice coming in and out from the docks. Most of the commoners and Sagites are coming in from the road like you did.
Okay. No one's saying anything particular.
Do you guys stay here and wait longer, or do you move?
Claw's gonna stay here. Really wish I was there to... Anderson. What exactly was going on when you met Mon?
Let's see here. We were sitting around. We were talking. He mentioned he knew about the thing, and then me and Sidora got into a fight, and then I was punched squarely in the face.
Trickster God. With... I was actually kind of hoping to find Mon just for a little bit of information about that fountain as well, so I can hear about it, but...
Yeah, no, kind of Sidora cut everything off, and then that whole thing happened.
Did he tell you any way to try and contact him again, or if we were...
He said he would be here for a while. He did not elaborate.
Alright. If you two want to head inside, you can. I'm going to sit here and kind of watch the river a little bit.
I don't really want to know how I'm treated now that I'm not a Sagite, so I'll chill here.
You got a friend in me. Does Anderson stay inside, or does he go inside, or does he stay on this river road?
I mean, I don't know what else I'm going to do.
Okay. So, I explained there are two ways to enter the Chantry from the docks that are east of the Chantry, and from this road that is on the north. The normal people you see, which are the every rank of citizenship below the Sorcery, are coming in on this road. The people from more suitable means are coming in from the docks. That said, you guys are a good little distance away from the docks. I'm going to take it, though, as the party is sitting out here, and I'm going to jump back over to the rest of the party. The rest of the party, you guys ask around for Mon. You get to talk to the Sagite who was running messages, the Sagite who was running messages for them. The Sagite informs you that Mon actually stepped out for some fresh air, pointing you towards the docks. It's not too long till you find him sitting on the piers, looking at the city of Ardor in the distance across the river.
I mean, I guess we're gonna go approach him.
Okay. Give me un secondo. That feels appropriate. As you approach Mon, sitting on the docks, he's going to look over his shoulder briefly, then back at the city, and he's going to speak up and say, "You know what I love about this nation?
What?
They never quit. No matter what is stacked against them, whatever the odds, whatever comes that bashes against the bastions of their fortresses, whatever knocks their spirits down to the ground, whatever fracture and breaks them, it never stops them. They get back up. They say Alunagai is the beacon nation of the world, but I really think humanity's story starts here."
I mean, isn't that kind of literal?
He's going to laugh and say, "Ha! Of course. I'm with the scholars of the world who would know history." He's going to look...
Come on, level with me. Are you an ancient trickster god?
He's going to look and say, "Well,
I'm gonna go out and say
I dominate that as quote of the session.
He's going to laugh and say, "Well, I don't go out making offers of ancient untold knowledge every day. Or maybe I do. I could be."
Remember, Trickster God. So
You're never going to get a straight answer.
Come to seek that fountain?
I mean, kind of, sort of. A slightly large, well-meaning but dumb friend of me, the one I yelled at when we last met.
He's going to say, "Oh, I am quite familiar."
Yeah, he... how much should I be telling you about this? Okay, we're assuming that you're Eshes, the Mayan death. So, He has an ancient spirit attached to him that was best friends with Calfir Calgarin, who told him to find the Menders.
And let's just say I am one of these menders. I don't like being found.
I'm aware of that.
So you think
But
I
part
can...
of me thinks that you, But part of me thinks that, how do I want to put this? You don't want to be found, but that doesn't mean you don't like to help.
He's going to nod and say, so you think I can just wave my hand and all of your problems will go away?
Please, I have a lot of problems that magic isn't going to solve.
Right?
But I have one very specific problem that maybe you can solve. And it's the other person I was with when we last met.
The princess with those strange eyes.
Wait a minute. Ah. Cool. So we are on the same page. Because you couldn't have seen them.
Unless you were a trickster.
He's going to pull out a blue gemstone. It looks like a dodecahedron.
Oh my god, it's a 20-sided dice, the thing that gives us all power.
Yeah, almost more than, much more than that, but it has several...
infinity-sided die from that episode of Gravity Falls.
Yeah, it has several, or multiple flat surfaces on it. It glows with a faint blue light inside of it, and it's about the size of his palm. And he's going to say, this is what you seek. The answer to all your problems. The cure to the ailment.
Really?
I don't believe it.
Trickster gut, I feel like this is a test and or just a prank.
Shush! Jack Hole.
So you're telling me that your mystical, multi-sided blue object here will solve all of my problem?
He is... He's gonna shake his head side to side. Oh, sorry. Let me roll. Just read what Anthony's saying. He's gonna shake his head side to side and say, more or less, insight check. Let's see. Alexander rolls an insight check. I mean, you feel like he's telling the truth. Or as much as this person can tell the truth.
So here's my question. Do you even know what my problems are?
He's going to think for a moment. And he'll say... The same as many sailors in your position before you. Trying to steer a vessel through a hurricane as another wave comes to crash on one side of you and another hurricane crashing behind you. What do all problems have in common? Women.
Hey, I take offense to that as a woman whose grandfather died in a boating accident.
Kind of ironic.
He's going to say, no. Your problems are clashing storms of women.
No, not your dad. The storms. The storms.
It's a metaphor?
I get it for the daughters again, do I? I'm following now. I think. Your pause worries me.
Oh, well, he's going to take back the stone and say, the first answer to any test I give you is that you should absolutely want nothing to do with me. You've passed. Certainly. Alexander asks, can I ask a question? Why are you really here? He's going to say, I've come to help, as I always have. As I always will.
What's your logic? What do you think Valryr's words mean?
He's going to shrug and say, well, I don't know. Be quite honest, I was here for the princess. Did you hear that last part, Rob?
Yeah.
Is Maria still with you all?
I
Hilarious if she was.
Yeah, I feel like Maria is like on bended knee.
So that advice you gave them, the fountain. Guess that was real advice, Shadora.
Was that part of the test? Because you said the first, said the answer was just to not bother with it.
He's going to nod and say, I can help the princess, but she has to pass 3 tests of mine. The fountain was no lie.
I guess the fountain was step 1 then.
The fountain and its questions have yet to go answered. It was a test of wisdom. Why, I can't just heal the princess. And she does possess something very powerful. Something I can teach her to control. Before I do, though, I need to ensure that she can pass the test of wisdom, the strength of character, and has the wit of mind to use such a power.
So the fountain is a test, but it's not a test necessarily. You're not being like duplicitous. We have to go there with her so she can be tested.
Sometimes we are strong, but look at me. He gestures to his arm. Do you think when the shadows of the world begin to loom, that I go and I smash them down and back into the darkness from whence they came? That I cast a light upon the world, one that blinds out and tells evil to turn to the hills and run?
I think you stick to the shadows and try to push those that can do it towards their goal.
Yeah, you feel like the kind of guy that outsources that.
Whether they fail or not, it's not up to you. I mean, it's on them, really.
He's going to point to Shadora and say, we're only as strong as those who are next to us.
Yep. And that's why the princess has us. So, this fountain. I kind of interrupted you last time.
He's going to say, it exists. That I'm sure of. Finding it is never easy. The forests of Alyan. it's not bound by the same rules that the Force of Alliance not bound by the same rules that govern what you know and what I know. Sometimes it's in a field, sometimes it's on a mountain. But once you get there, you're there.
Alexander asked what happens if...
What happens if she fails? He's going to outstretch his hand and say, I don't give gifts to the unworthy. If I fail, I might just make... Or if she fails, and I bless her, just might make the coming storm worse.
Have you ever heard the word, is it kata?
Kodka?
Kodka. See, I was missing a syllable. Have you ever heard Kodka before?
He is going to pull out several more of these gemstones. And so I've heard many voices. I've heard hand, I've heard eye, vision, sight, body, and as he is naming each one of these, he holds up or he doesn't hold up, he tosses a different gemstone into the air, juggling them until he has almost nearly a dozen of these juggling through the air. Soul, but voice, he catches 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in his left hand, and he holds up one that is dim with nothing in it. Voice escapes me.
Oh. I get it.
And once it's gone, I can never recover such a thing.
I see. Yeah, I was just wondering because of the princess.
Well, I have a goal. What about Anderson?
What about Anderson?
The whole go to the menders. They can fix him. Whatever it is wrong with him.
Did they say that they could fix him?
That's what I assume. It's either that or the whole thing was say this thing was a way to fix Aussie, which gesturing towards
Were we given the full rundown on what he remembered from the dream?
I believe you were.
Yeah. He did say earlier that he was told to find the menders. They can fix the connection.
Oh yeah, well then I guess I'll bring it up.
That really fixed me, the connection.
Are the guy I was yelling at. Apparently, you can maybe fix his spiritual connection with what's his name, Martlin.
He's going to nod and say, "Oh, I can seek insight from my sister."
The blind one or the ghost?
Which one do you think's better with spirits?
The ghost.
He's going to say the blind one.
Feels like you know what? I'm not surprised I got a trick answer out of the trickster god. But, it was right there. She is a ghost. The other one, yeah, I know where her eyes are, so that makes sense, but... Yeah, you got me there.
He's going to say either of them are much better at this sort of thing than me. In any case, retrieve me water from that fountain. And do so before it springs, and that will be the first step in acquiring the things I need in order to bestow my blessing.
2 things. How am I going to contact you after we retrieve said water? 2, do you have any sort of cool god seal that I can take to the magnate so she can unground her daughter?
That would probably make things a lot easier rather than sneaking her out again.
For like a third time. After like the third time, I think they'd probably wise up.
Esches is going to think for a moment and
Gale Song, tell him, hey, let him do this.
DM loading, give me 1 second.
Is it weird to think they would know? Is it bad to think I know he knows Gale Song? I don't know how this works.
That's god racism to think all gods know each other.
I was about to say, it's a lot like thinking that I know every Elilnagian.
Actually, I feel like it's that every famous person knows every famous person.
Well, Claw, you don't have any right to say that.
Claw's not a famous
I just
person.
like to keep it in the family. Yeah, but where does the family tree end?
We have a lot of leaves, okay, that happen to fall into other trees' branches.
I would just like to pollinate, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying.
A branch is for... God damn it, Stridor. You can't see this, but I'm flipping you off right now.
Esches is going to save. Well, you can always find me in the betweens of wherever you expect me, roaming from here to there. In any case, a seal? How about a stone of knowledge?
I'm only skeptical because I believe you offered me one of those as a test, but yeah, I mean...
Esches is going to gesture for Stridor to hold out her hand, and he is going to place his palm in his hand. And a moment, Stridor feels a gemstone form in it. Before you do anything, roll me a D100, Rob.
I can't wait to be cursed.
Finally.
Oh no, so close.
I've been waiting for this moment for my whole life.
I wish it was 69 personally, but...
Well, you just need one more 6.
Exactly.
I mean, it's the number of the beast. It's also the police.
Alright.
Execute Order 66.
You open your hand. There is a purple gemstone, the size of a small prism there. It is like a cylinder, and it is the size of your hand. Oh, there's an intricate lattice going across the whole thing, too.
Cool. So do I just give this to her? Is that it? Does it have a command word?
He's going to say, in my culture, stones like that could store magical power. Use them for other moments. But for now, it should be a remnant. Anybody with half a bit of knowledge will recognize where it's from. It speaks for itself.
Cool. Thank you. I apologize for my earlier dismissal of your kind and wise words, though you proved me at least partially correct.
He is going to laugh and say, I only wish to gain a sense of who this princess is. You've given me insight. She's wise as to who she allows in her company.
Sure.
Well, just take the compliment, Star. Just take the compliment, Star.
Well, honestly speaking, it's more a shot at Alessandria. She's evil.
You like that?
It's hot, but pressing on. She reminds me of her grandmother.
Wait, why did I say that?
Alright.
But anyways, I don't know how to politely end a conversation with a trickster god.
Alexander pulls you away and says, come along, Star.
You don't get to call me that.
Alright.
Thank you. I'll tell them thank you for
Also, yeah,
your
definitely
help.
Dr. Reyna, because I was just, it's like, anybody with half a mind, I was just like, ooh, see, I asked to show this to the magnate of art.
Let's go, Maria.
Alright, the party is able to reconvene, and we will pick up there next session. That is where we're going to end tonight.
To both Anderson and Lumilia. I was expecting to catch him on a way back.
Mm-hmm. He was sitting at the
catch
docks.
you on the way back?
Pokemon.
Nope, I expected this.
Alright, so
No,
let's do
I was
experience.
expecting to catch Mon. I was expecting to catch Mon on the way back. I was not I was expecting for him to come by and kind of recognize you in terms of kind of the, oh, so you came back and wanting to know more about that fountain?
I mean, it's not like we knew where he was beforehand.
All
right.
That's why Claude did ask, did he state on how you could see him again? And she's like, he said he would be around here. So, waiting around the same area that you met him probably will make you bump into him again.
I see the train of logic. I don't see any reason to apologize. We didn't know. We're just going off of like what we did know.
Alright, so
Sidora found
Alexander's personal story tonight. Claw's personal story tonight.
I'm gonna sound really stupid right now. I completely forgot where Sidora went.
She went inside.
I mean, yeah,
she went inside and outside.
Yeah. And let's see. So those two personal stories tonight. What else happened?
I'm just awesome like that.
Sidora, no, I fucking love Sidora.
I'm gonna give you guys minor experience
I don't have time for this bullshit. Just level with me. Are you the trickster god? Yes or no?
I'm gonna give you guys minor experience for the conversation with the magnate and getting Gales on the
if it works, it works.
Yeah.
If it works, it works.
I figured the best way to out clever a trickster god was to actually just play it straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no nonsense. Hey, look, man, we don't got time to
Yo, he's like,
daylight's burning. Come on, let's go. You trickster god or not?
Brandon, are you muted again?
No, can you guys hear me? Testing, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sidora. I mean, yeah, no, Sidora's pretty straightforward.
Testing, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Testing, testing.
I can hear you now.
There we go. Hey.
Okay,
XP and inspiration and
yeah, I've been saying that, and I guess like I don't know why it hasn't been going through. Yeah, Jackal kept talking over me. I was like, rude. Anyways,
over you just weren't talking.
Yeah, so experience for tonight is going to be Alexander's personal story, Claw's personal story, minor experience for the conversation with the magnate, and I'm wondering if there. You guys accepted Eshius's quest. That is going to be another major tick of experience. Is there anything else major that happened tonight?
Claw is Claw picking up the quest with Aiden part of his personal story? Or is
It
that...
is.
Okay. I did not know if that counted as part of my personal story.
We're gonna get wolf snick babies.
I guess, Fedora, we're moving forward. My story.
How about 1,000 experience flat for tonight?
I like it.
Does
I
that
also
give us
feel
a
like we
level
worked on and
I don't know. Let me tell you in a minute.
We worked on Alexander, we worked on Anderson, and we worked on Claw's personal stories.
No.
Oh, come on.
He did think on it.
Where are you guys at? Because that's definitely another milestone too.
4-7
milestones. That would be our second milestone, unless those reset at some point.
They reset if we level up. We already have.
Damn
one.
it. Yeah, no,
We got one
we're so
after we
close.
leveled up. So we're at 4,750 before we add the EXP.
Yeah, so because we need 6,500 for
We're
level 5, and we're at 5,750. So
Okay.
we're really close.
Well, let's see. Any other major moments? If there's anything you guys can conjecture, I'm also happy to put together. Or I'm also happy to give experience for people.
Alexandria has an
up with
ability to command the Shattered because they're the children of Calgarin.
I translated what Meat was talking about.
Oh, hey, can you use your spell on
Speaking of,
identify?
I'm still waiting for
Yes,
that
Alexander can use his spell to identify the gemstone. It is a ion stone of reserve.
Oh, neat. I have an Ion Stone of Reserve now?
I mean, you do, or you can give it to a spellcaster.
Well, let me just use my infinite knowledge
What spellcaster?
to look up what that does.
It
well,
stores 3 slots of spell levels, and you can call on these spells later to use them, and it expends the charges out of it.
Can I smite out of this?
Technically speaking, yes, because you can put the branding and other types of casting smites into that thing.
I think you can smite on it if you put stuff in it. I'll have to reread it. Just
I don't think
to
you
make
can
sure.
store smiting. You don't technically. And it doesn't actually store slots. It stores
Like-
the actual spells.
That's
So,
why I said, like,
E is
branding-
correct. I could put, like, branding in there and do damage, but...
Yeah. All right. So, is there any more conjecture? Otherwise, I'm just gonna say. I'm just gonna say 1,000.
Did we get
Do we,
XP
do we
for,
ignore my... do
Well, I
ignore
feel like that was revealed. But that is
But I
part
mean,
of the main
no one
storyline.
knew
I'll give you
until I
guys.
can't
I'll give you guys
comprehend language.
minor experience on that.
Well, I was gonna say that's absolutely fair, because that's what we covered.
Yeah.
Like,
So I'll
means
do
that it's because she was told to
1,150. Anything else you guys can put together? There's like a small few in between things that happened tonight.
I was gonna say, I'm really just trying to get, bump up. I want that level.
I'm slowly mending the relationship between Anadelia and Rhaina. I think.
That is
Alexander
true.
seemed to be jealous of the party
If I keep-
for going off with Maria and leaving her behind.
I also find this entertaining that currently the NPC that is linked to my personal quest has the same name as me. God damn it.
Unintentional. You told me that after I'd already made the NPC.
That is fair, but my goddamn.
If I keep touching on personal stuff concerning Ardorians and their daughters, I'm most likely going to get kicked out of the nation. So it's probably a good thing that we're going on a trip to Alien. I don't know. I'd almost have to go to the recap to actually conjecture, because I'm trying to think. Anything else I think was uber subtle.
Aussie, and possibly, oh yeah, Anthony brought up Aussie is getting jealous of not being able to go with the party.
Well, that's gonna be
There's
fixed.
2 whole sessions where I haven't been near Alexandria. I'm getting withdrawal.
And if we don't take her with us, it's gonna be a lot more.
That's why I have the gemstone. This is my get Aussie out of jail card. It's the gift I can give her. See? I've already done my job.
Yeah, technically speaking, you could give that to her, and that would be actually a really good item for her.
So, not giving flat experience then, and with the things you guys conjectured, you guys got 3 ticks of major experience, 1 tick of minor experience, and a 2nd tick of minor experience, which is going to put you guys at 1,200 experience for tonight. I
Do we
will.
just have enough to get to level 6? Because that's still just short.
No.
It's so.
Also, we're level 4.
Level 5. I meant level 5. I'm sorry. I'm reading it 6,500. I just want my ASI, man.
I try and be as fair as possible. I am willing to give additional experience if you guys can name moments that are worthy of it.
Also, you said we got a secondary milestone?
Yep, you
Okay,
guys
we
are
have
2
to,
milestones.
Wait, what are we at experience-wise?
5950.
Yeah, 5950.
Also,
Are you guys literally 50 XP away from
No,
it?
it's 6500.
Oh, 6,500. Okay, cool. Probably not going to get it tonight then.
God, we helped the girl in the tavern, the Medusa girl.
That was involving
that's
my
hard.
personal story.
Yeah.
Was that already added?
Yes,
Yes,
that was.
That's major EXP because that's part of my personal story, Jackal.
Okay.
Alright,
Oh man, I wonder if that assassin lady in the bar was there to murder the merchant dude.
Possibly.
I also wonder.
Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, also, I wonder if that assassin lady happens to be related to someone who doesn't like werewolves.
Yeah, we'll come back to it later, but let's end the session so it doesn't get too long.
Somebody who might
Your
be
guys'
watching.
next session is going to be on the 6th of June.
Yeah.
See you
So what was
then.
her final tally?
1,200.
1,200.
So you should be.
Did anybody get inspiration?
I can give out inspiration. I am also.
I have a classic inspiration that I still haven't spent.
No, it's super fine if nobody did, but it's more like
I'm also willing to forego inspiration and give everybody an additional 75 experience.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with either.
It was more so.
Okay.
It was more so for the recap.
Yeah,
So I know-
1,275